Hey, Exiles. Today is a special day. I'm not nervous at all. Don't have pit stains already. Today, we are going to interview Grinding Gear Games co-founder and game director on Path of Exile 2, Jonathan Rogers, about PoE 2 early access so far, Dawn of the Hunt and all its subsequent patches, and then the future of PoE 2 in 0.3 and onward. It's going to be fun. I feel like the community is pretty happy right now, and things are going well for Path of Exile, at least from all looks, right? We have the big PoE 2 update, the biggest since 0.2 launched next week. We have the Path of Exile 1 big league reveal next Thursday, and then we have the big Path of Exile 1 league launch the Friday after that. So hopefully, right here and now, this interview, this chat with Jonathan just continues the cascading chain of good events. All right, let's hope let's hope it's not a disaster or anything, right? Hey, Gar412, man, what's going on? Thanks for the Prime for 4 months. I appreciate it. How's everyone doing today? What's up, Eror? What's up, Big Fun? Hey, Tuloth. Hey, Hungstep Bro. Viconics. Oh my. Have I scheduled a tweet/blue sky post? Yes, kind of. I have the creative ready. I just have to post it. What's up, the Lord Loon? Hey, Gobble Moosh. The Storm. We are okay right now. 0 internet cuts. I've been working all day today. So I worked through lunch, started work early so I could get off for this interview a little early. Have not had any blips in the Wi-Fi. So I'm hoping that the wired-in connection will be fine as well. Hey, before sunset boxing, you're nervous because I'm nervous? Okay, so I'm going to reveal, guys. Here, we've already got the pit stains going. I've been sweating. But we're going to pull a Sir Gog, and we are going to shirt change right before the interview. We got it right there, okay? Because I don't want to be like, so Jonathan, and then, you know, have the pit stains show up on camera. That would be embarrassing, right? So we're going to go over the questions in a few minutes here, guys. I'm going to let people funnel in. I want to chat with you guys. I want to make sure that I'm going to word the questions appropriately. I have proper follow-ups. I'm well informed, because if you've never seen one of my interviews before, I do a heck of a lot of research. I watched all the 0.2 interviews with Jonathan and Mark this weekend. I spent about 5 hours curating questions, putting my own questions in, putting community questions in, bashing them together, all that sort of stuff. Hey, Soshiro, man, thanks for the T1. What's going on? Good evening indeed. So I put a lot of effort into making sure the questions are good. So not counting follow-ups, I have 50 questions. No, 53 questions. Not counting follow-ups. If you count follow-ups, unplanned follow-ups, there's probably like 90 questions. Hey, Gav, man, thanks for the T1. I'm stoked for the interview as well, man. Now, also know, I have an hour and a half, I believe. Okay, on the calendar little thing that they sent over, it was a 1.5 hour time window. That is the longest I've had with Jonathan, I believe. The other 3 times were 1 hour, 30 minutes. So 1.5 hours, that's great. Maybe we'll get to all of them. Maybe we won't. If we don't get to your question, I apologize. I will say that a lot of the questions are framed around, okay, well, balance, right? Okay, I have it split into 3 areas, and I'm going to do a little disclaimer right before the start of the interview. Not to Jonathan, but to all you guys, about how I'm going to structure the interview. Because I like structure. I'm a weirdo, guys. I embrace it. Okay? All right, Druid win. That is my last question. Druid when is my last question. Mouse and keyboard with controller on the list. Do you mean console with mouse and keyboard? Because yes, that is on the list. You're talking about hot swapping. They were asked about that last time, and it's just on the way. They hope to have it for 0.3. I didn't want to do too many dupes. Now, in my video, if people watched my announcement video, I said, I'm going to try to not rehash stuff. Stupid, wishful thinking me. I watched the interviews, and it's going to be hard to not rehash some topics. I am going to try to avoid basic rehashes, right? But a lot of things you're going to have to touch on again. You're going to have to repeat things. So if I do that, I'm trying to do it in a new and interesting way. I'm going to try to go for a little bit different answer because I think that grinding your games may have canned answers for some things. But if you change the way you ask them, maybe they'll have a different response. Maybe you can dig a little deeper. Hey, Porta Kitman, man, thanks for the $2. This is for luck. I appreciate it. I think I do need luck, just because of the possible rain and interference. So, hopefully we're good. Hopefully we're good. Okay. Hey, Frosty, what's happening, man? Hope you're still doing well. I know we chatted a little bit earlier today. Oh gosh, there's a lot of chat. Oh my god, that's a lot of chat. Okay, okie dokie. Let's see. Okay. Armor isn't a rehash. I'm talking about armor. Div cards, I'm asking about div cards. Tab sales, I'm not talking about tabs. More classes. I'm asking about content in the future a little bit in a fun way. Balance it so I don't ask about general game balance. My questions are highly specific, so I'm going to wait till we're 10 minutes in, and then I'm going to just show the questions. I'm just going to show all you guys the questions. And for context, and I'm pretty sure everybody does this, I did send GGG these questions ahead of time so they could prepare, because I want them to be prepared. Like, there's no like gotcha. The gotchas can come up as follow-up questions, but all the actual questions I sent to GGG in advance, and I gave them more time than I usually do. So I gave them an extra, I think, 2 days. Like, I had these Sunday night. I sent them over. I was like, all right, here we go. Fly off. Hey, Exile Shadow Art, what's going on? Jonathan will be watching for sure. Well, Jonathan will be in the interview. So, and like I said, he's had access to these. Interview will be about 1.5 hours, I believe. Yes. Guys, this isn't like a political interview. Sending them questions in advance so that they're prepped on some topics. That's not like I'm interviewing like the president or the prime minister and I want them to be thinking up, like, of course they're going to be thinking on their feet in some regards, but for specific things, like, for example, here's like one, right? I'm going to ask about the Arbiter of Ash because I like the Arbiter of Ash boss fight, okay? I'm pretty sure Jonathan probably won't know a ton about the Arbiter, what went into the design, you know, were there other forms of Arbiter, but I'm curious about the Arbiter of Ash. I like the fight. I want to see more of it. So I want him to prepare for that. So when I say, yo, Arbiter of Ash boss fight, how did you guys determine to add this boss to the game? What was it like from concept to design? What the heck is the fourth edict? Jonathan's just going to be like, next question, please. Hey, the last protagonist, man. Thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate it. And Chris, thanks for the membership on YouTube. Thank you. That is actually journalism standard when you do interviews, sending people questions in advance. See, I know nothing about actual journalistic standards, so cool. Okay, nice. The interview starts. See the timer right there? Oh, I did it. Okay. The timer right there, that's when it should start. Okay? So I have it right there. Woo, there we go. I'm just going to go over questions. I'm not like a streamer, so I wasn't streaming all day. So we're just going to give people time to funnel in. We can chat. We can make sure I'm fully prepped, essentially. Timer needs to be bigger. Okay. All right. Well, one sec. I'm going to swap to a different camera. Not easy to see timer. It's too small. Thanks for the membership, Vinicus Haas. Let me see. Extra text. All right. Here we go. Timer. How about that? Better? Better? Hey, Gardisto, what's happening, man? Thanks for the T1 for 15 months, bro. Oh my god. That's a long time. That's a long time. I appreciate you, man. Hope you're doing well, and yes, pretty hype time. Okay, there we go. All right, we are going to change scenes to the question list, so you guys feel free to flame me all you want. Also, let me make sure I don't flashbang. We don't want any flashbangs here. So let's get Dark Reader on. All right, because I care about all of you. Okay. Dark Reader's on. Oh, that looks a little ugly with Dark Reader. One sec, I have to make sure it doesn't look so ugly with Dark Reader. Oh god, it's even uglier. Oh. That's fine. Whatever. Do you want us to put the follow-ups in the sheet on the designated questions, or is there a separate location for that? Just put it in mod notes. Here you go. Put potential follow-ups here. Mod notes. Extra Q. Okay. Yeah, guys, go ahead. There you go. I'm prepping. We're all prepping. Light mode is fine. I love dark mode, but I'm not going to flashbang you guys. Lots of people complain about it. Okay, so here, let me get this up properly for you guys. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Puzzled Pickle 3 for the Prime. Yeah, I'm pretty hyped too. Thanks for 3 months, man. I will be asking about EU servers. Yes, it's part of the end of the interview. I do not have a language question, and I'm sorry. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's see what this looks like. We're about to find out. I am asking about new acts. Okay. Oh, I can't do that. Let's see. How can I make this look better for you guys on stream? Do I literally just, like, do this? Honestly, I might just do that. Then make this way bigger. All right, we're doing it live, guys. I had to work today. I'm sorry. I didn't do the overlay for the prep stream. I prepped the questions, which I hope is the important part. Okay. And then how about I do like, let's see, note, do a little notepad magic right there. We're doing it janky. Here you go. Here you go. There you go. Lit. Okay, cool. This is fine. This works, guys. Okay. Giga professional. Okay, guys, we're very professional here. Okay, so we're gonna go through the question list. All right, guys. Like I said, we have 53 questions. Okay. All right. We have it split into technically 5 sections. The opener. Okay. So this is the. Let's just chill. Let's start this off easy. Let's talk about how amazingly successful Path of Exile 2 is and how, you know, hopefully vibes are good, right? I'm hoping this is a good vibes question. All right? I do have a follow-up for this one. Which this will be the only Path of Exile 1 question in the list. All right? I'm warning you now. Only PoE 1 question in the list. And it's on the first question. So we're going to start really chill and then go right for the jugular. So essentially, I'm going to reword these probably when I ask him, but we'll see. So 2 follow-ups on this question right here of, you know, okay, so what are the vibes like at the company right now? 1, do you predict GGG has found? All right, see, this is why I do this with you guys. Do you predict GGG has found a good split resource-wise or now? Good split between both titles, resource-wise, for now. Okay. And then the follow-up to that, are you anticipating 4-month leagues from here on out for PoE 1? Boom. Okay. So that's the only Path of Exile 1 question. Like I said, I have never framed this as a Path of Exile 1 interview. That's going to be with Ziggy D next week when they do the big reveal. Today, we are focused on PoE 2. But I do think this is warranted to ask. I think it's worthwhile. All right. After that, we go straight into Path of Exile 2 Early Access. Okay? So, these are general PoE 2 Early Access, State of Early Access questions, not necessarily related to Dawn of the Hunt or current balance. So, next question. Once again, I feel like we're easing into the interview here. We know PoE 2 hit nearly 600,000 concurrents on Steam during launch. What has its presence and reception been like? Here you go, see? This is why I do this. I've read through these a million times. Been like on standalone and console. Follow-up. What was the reception in China? This is a massive market. I am sure it's a huge part of the PoE community. I have no idea how it's going, right? Like I know on, is it Bilibili? Is that one of the social medias? Like there's a ton of cool stuff there. I'm very curious on how it's like since their realm is separate, right? All the other realms, like the Korean realm, Singapore, all these different realms, they're all together with Europe, with the US, all that stuff. Oh my God. Rex, my man, thank you for the raid, dude. I hope you're doing well. Look at that. You're getting me back at the craziest time. Oh, God. I appreciate it, man. We're just going over all of my questions for the interview. And like I said, we're starting with some pretty chill questions, okay? Because we've got 53, and quite a few of them are a little spicy, okay? Appreciate it, Rax. Hope you had a great stream, man. Oh, I love your emotes. Your emotes are pretty awesome. All right. So this question, again, so a lot of these are currently mine, like solely my questions. GGG has been sharing more and more cool stats with the community, like volatile plants essentially being over 50% of all player deaths in PoE 2's endgame, and Hidden Grotto being around 1/3 of all maps in endgame. Do you have any other surprising stats to share and the effects they may have on the game or the game's balance? So I think there are a few possible answers there that we can get that are pretty cool from Jonathan. And then perhaps sharing these with the API? Like they could be shared on like PoE 2 Ninja and people could manipulate the data. I think that'd be pretty awesome. Oh. Somebody just hid a whole bunch of the stuff. Okay. All right. Somebody hid some of that. That's fine. I think it's the mods. Thank you, mods. Okay. Right here. This is where we start to get a little spicy. All right. This is the question I anticipate will have some contention. And I'm planning to hope if it doesn't, push and just give some cool ideas, really hear about what they're thinking. What is going on in the sheet? What? Oh, shoot. 1 second. 1 second, guys. People like to be funny. People like to troll. 1 moment. All right. All right. 1 second, guys. Thanks for the memberships. I gotta fix this. Didn't even think about it. Okay. 1 sec. Version history. See version history. Oh. Good thing I can restore these versions. Goodness gracious. Make a copy. New sheet. Okay, I can't show it on stream because people. Or I guess I can. I just had it public because I was letting my mods get into it. So let's see. Make a copy. Okay, we good. We back. We back. All right, I have all my questions again, but somebody was in there deleting them. All right. Let's see. How do I hide the link, the Google link? Yeah, let me fix the like Ben. Like Ben. Thank you for the reminder. Ben like. Ben like. This is the first time I've ever been live trolled. It is quite the rush. Not gonna lie. 1 sec. Resource-wise, good split. Steve predicts GGG may have found a good split resource-wise. Between both titles. Titles resource-wise. As found. I'm just fixing a few things, guys. 1 sec. We'll get right back to it. Or PoE1. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I just gotta hide the link. I just gotta do a little bit of a cut. All right. No, yeah, you got, yeah. All right. Here. 1 sec. I'm just gonna share with my mods. 1 second. Oh, thank you. Yes, my mods are a step ahead of me. I appreciate you guys. Here you go. Here you go. There. Okay. Cool. I think we are good now. Just making sure it's restricted. Yep, restricted. Nobody can come into it now. Good. Okay. Now we're set. Where were we? Where were we before we were rudely interrupted? Oh my goodness gracious. My pit stains are just getting even bigger now. Okay. Let's see. Let me zoom back in. No, guys, I had no idea how to lock down the spreadsheet. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I locked it down. Yeah, we're good. Okay, I just want to make sure that we are good here. Let's see. This, like this. All right. It's very easy to lock down a spreadsheet, right? It's a different beast when you got some people or a lot of people watching you, but I think we're good now. Okay. All right. We should be set. There we are. Okay. Try to get that now, guys. Ha 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 ha. Okay. All right. Zoom out a little more. Excellent. Okay. So, here is the contentious one, right? This is just asking about... I'm trying to sandwich it, okay? You don't have access? Pretty sure you should have access. 1 sec. I gotta double check to make sure I gave access. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I gave access. I gave access. You're good. You're good. Okay. So I'm sandwiching it because obviously, if you're playing Path of Exile 2, we're just paying attention to what's currently happening to the game. These patches that are happening, they are good. They are W's. They're adding a lot of stuff to the game. They're adding a bunch of quality of life, all the rest, and they're just good changes or good additions, right? There's only one thing that they're not touching in these patches right now, right? And I'm not talking about even adding new content, which they're doing, right? They're not touching character balance, okay? And that choice is intentional. And we have heard from them in the past, there was a reason why they're not touching character balance. It's because people freaked out in 0-1 when they nerfed some broken builds. And that's all that happened. They nerfed the builds, all right? There was no passive tree refunds. There were no, there was no warning, right? It was just kind of an all or nothing approach, right? Thank you, Guitarholic, for the sub. I appreciate it. So, I kind of want to go in and see, are there any other options here, right? I have a lot of follow-ups, okay? Right? 1. Does the loss of players due to mid-league balance outweigh the loss of players due to a perceived lack of build diversity? Here's an example. Everybody thinks Lightning Spear is the only optimal or viable build in PoE2 right now, right? Wrong. So wrong. There's a bunch of awesome stuff in the game. As Kaltarak and Snoobe have said, it's a build crafter's paradise right now. There's a whole bunch of things that people can play with. But there's that perception that, oh, Lightning Spear was the absolute best. It's the coolest. There's no reason to play anything else, just Lightning Spear, right? And a lot of people have bounced because of that, potentially, right? So I'm curious to see what he sees as the risk reward on that. I'm sure this conversation could go in many different ways, honestly. Okay? And then here's the other thing, right? Hey, Vipod, thanks so much for the Prime, dude. Given the game is in early access and one of the goals is for players to test and or play as many things as possible, might there be other ways to address player concerns about mid-league, medium, or small balance patches? And right here on the side, I have notes on what they might be. Credit to, I think Dreamcore had one of these ideas. I think Surgog had another one of them. So here are a few ideas, right? Okay, first of all, they're scared that people will think that respecs are just too easy, too cheap, and it will set their expectations differently for the actual launch game. Okay, put a big red text saying, respecs in early access only will cost 80% less at all times. Every time you go to respec your points, all right? It's an early access game. Just admit that jank into the game, right? Just put it in there. Big, bold, red text. You can't miss it. Okay, or maybe you'll say, okay, every 2 weeks, not leaks, every 2 weeks, we're going to do a mid-league balance patch. It's going to contain minor buffs, nerfs, whatever to character builds. And here is the cadence. It'll come with a free passive tree reset. Something like that, right? Or you just have free character respecs in early access on a 72-hour timer. How about that? Something like that. I think that was Sir Gog's idea. Or, I'm starting to sound like a seal here, avoid large nerfs and just do minor buffs. Kind of like the Dota 2 approach that I pitched a while ago, where you're just doing all these minor buffs during early access only, right? And you're increasing something by 5%. Kind of like what they did with Lightning Spear in the first week, because it might push people over the edge to go, and instead of playing Lightning Spear, instead of playing whatever, like the Smith of Katava Ascendancy, maybe someone will go and try out the Acolyte of Chayula. Maybe they'll push them over the edge, and a new cool build will emerge. Okay? And a few other things. So I have a lot of follow-up here. What do you guys think about this? I want to know. This is the thing that I'm most like. I know that they've been asked about this before. I believe, and I think many others believe, that maybe there is some room to improve here. What do you guys think about this? Yeah, we're 1:30. We're doing the question breakdown, and the interview starts then. Yep. This sheet is not public. No. Nope. It beyond effing stupid to even listen to yourself speak. Time tree reset. The F you talking about respecking is by far the smallest problem, especially with ascendancy respecs. So when Omega, do you not have the sheet yet? Let me see if you have it. So I might be misremembering, but when the nerfs occurred, the biggest complaint was, okay, the nerfs happened and there's no free respec. Respec still cost a lot, right? Because we're talking about, you know, 2 weeks, a week into the league when these things happen, right? So what's the problem with, so what is the pushback on balance changes mid-league then, if it's not respecs? Just buff instead of nerf, make other things viable instead of nerfs. Yeah, that's kind of what I agree. Gearing is probably a bigger barrier, to be honest. Omega's in. Okay, cool. Forcing people to change build due to balance will not make people stay. Rather the opposite. Exactly. Exactly. Right. I think that's what I want to get at. I didn't give too much attention to trolls. I think a lot of people feel that way. The issue isn't respec. The issue is them bricking the whole class because no other optimal build exists. I don't know if that necessarily. Well, see, and if I don't think so. That's the sort of thing I'm talking about. Like, it's a very all or nothing approach, and it seems to have dictated the rest of early access in this regard. And I feel like it'll take early access. Its window will expand a lot because they can only do these big balance shifts during 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. And I'm curious if they're going to stay on that. Why are they going to stay on that? And is there any room to adjust? 1 hour 26 till interview. Hey, so Shiro, what's wrong on YouTube? I see somebody pointing out something wrong on YouTube. Let me know. I know that Lightning Spear isn't the only viable build. I have been playing PoE 2. I haven't stopped. Like, I'm not grinding it, but I'm playing it and paying attention to the community. Lightning Spear is not the only viable build. Perception, though. Oh, people are going to hate this. Perception is reality, and a lot of people perceive that Lightning Spear is the only way to go about playing stuff in PoE 2, right?
For the
Dead Rabbit, thanks for the T1, dude. How you doing, man? Everybody should go check out Dead Rabbit's YouTube channel and Twitch channel. He's pretty awesome. Oh, it's Jonathan Roger on YouTube. Let me fix that, dude. What? How did I mess this up? Oh my goodness gracious. What? Amateur streamer. Jonathan Roger. Oh my gosh.
The prettiest piece makes the
I can't believe this. I have fixed it. Jonathan about PoE 2. Okay. All right, we're good now. Oh, goodness. Okay. We're set now. Okay. I really don't like the one and done approach to nerfs, especially mid leagues. They could spread out smaller changes over a few weeks and be more interactive with community feedback, not unlike how they're approaching the rest of the game. Bam, Orti, that's exactly what I'm kind of getting at. I feel like they're doing such a great job with everything, and they're avoiding the character balance stuff. So I'm really curious to dig into that. That's the exact goal. That's what we're going for. Okay. Anything else? I think everybody kind of agrees. Yeah, it's kind of a rough state where a lot of people just follow the meta build and everything. Okay. All right. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. Okay. That's a big part of it. And honestly, I might actually just kind of ask that, like, is it rough that a lot of people will just follow the meta build and then just check out from creation? Like, does that put you guys in kind of a crap position? I'm Alpine. Thanks for the $5, dude. Potential for elemental conversion support gems would open up skill diversity a lot, I think. I can always add like some of that stuff to rapid fire off the cuff. Nettle Carrier, thanks for the Prime, man. I think I missed a few of these. I'm sorry, guys. J Vic, thanks for the T1 as well. Same with Ultra Turk. Thanks for the Prime, bro. I appreciate it. Okay. All right. Here we go. Back to the questions. Back to the questions. All right. So I feel like that one will take a while. Okay, now we're getting more specific. I'd like to explore skill scaling. For example, storm mages are lightning based, but lightning elemental damage will not scale them, nor will projectile damage. Only minion damage scales them on the passive tree. What are your thoughts on widening the tags on skills to increase build variety? Bam! Go for it, Jonathan. Go for 10 minutes. Talk about it. Thanks, Typical Goat, for the T1, bro. I appreciate it. And I don't have any follow-ups there. All right. Here we go. Next one. This is a big one. This is a big one. I'm very curious to hear. Presently, combo-based builds are desired but somewhat disencouraged by the weapon swap speed penalty. What do you think about altering or removing this penalty entirely? Ooh. And then any update on the lock weapon swap tech that was slated for 0.2's launch. Okay? Because I know a lot of people have been talking about that. There was supposed to be the tech where you can lock a weapon to be in both weapon sets in 0.2. It was delayed, and it's not yet in the game. So just a brief question on that. It's like yes or no. Okay. All right. Next. Presently, the initial access to all non-base Atlas passive skill trees takes a good time investment and, in some scenarios, is not deterministic. What are your thoughts on the current progression through all progression to access the special Atlas trees? I'll be very specific. I don't want to like bury anything in there. So this is like that's a very me question. Okay. I haven't been able to play a lot. I haven't been able to blast, right? And even if you are, I feel like it's still pretty tough to unlock all the initial Atlas passive skill trees, right? So for example, the Ritual one, the Delirium one, Breach, all that. And in the case of Ritual, that is based on RNG. You have to get an audience with a king in a Ritual, defer it, and eventually get it. At least unlocking the initial set of points, I feel like it's just so long, right? And I know that they're adjusting it a bit more. I'm wondering if they're happy with where it is right now, and if they're not, why it was set so off, you know? I'm curious if it had a lot of Path of Exile 1 influence in it. Hey, Prince of Persia, man, thanks for the 3 gifted subs. I appreciate it, dude. Let's see. Where Druid is my last question, guys. Expedition is worse than Ritual. That's also an RNG one, right? Yeah, it could be a symptom of a rushed endgame. The scaling is off. Yeah. I'd like to explore it a little bit. Okay, here's another. This is a me question. Sorry, guys. When we last talked on stream, you touched on rare monsters, rare monster variants. Let me correct that. Rare monster variants gaining a new ability based on the monster type. I'm afraid that I've not noticed any of these abilities despite being keen on trying to see them. Are these in the game? And if so, how do you think they've played out? Does anybody know what I'm talking about here? Last time, thanks for the 10 bucks, Skinderella. Jeez. Oh gosh, I think trade should be click and buy and your item goes to Elva or something instead of going back to hideout or waiting for people to respond an item where I can be mapping. What do you think? That is instant buyout. He was asked about this last interview and he just, no, we don't want to talk about this right now. Like they have plans, they're not talking about it right now. So instant buyout, I know this is controversial. It is one thing that I'm not touching on in this interview, unless it comes up. You don't know what I'm talking about? So, when I chatted with him right before early access, we were talking about rare monsters and the fact that they don't just get those random modifiers. Let's take the Vulture Demon, for example, okay? If a Vulture Demon is a magic or a normal mob, it'll have one less actual base attack compared to its rare variant. And when it's a rare Vulture Demon, it'll get some special ability. This isn't a monster modifier. This is just an ability that it will have as a rare versus a normal or magic creature. And I know, controversial. I was pretty hyped about that. I thought that was very interesting. I was excited to see what that would look like with all the different monsters and what cool abilities they would gain. I've never noticed it. I've never noticed it. So I thought it was really cool. I just haven't seen it. So I'm curious to hear about if it's actually still in the game. Okay. This one, essentially just asking, there are no longer bosses in every zone. Is that still the plan? Or is that changed during development? And then this is the last general one. From GGG's perspective, what's the most preferred avenue to provide critical feedback? Okay. Where do they enjoy feedback the most? Is it their forums? Is it in bingo cards, videos, Reddit? Just what's the best place to put all this feedback? Could there possibly be an improved like bug tool or feedback tool in the game? I don't know. I'm curious to hear his questions on it. I'm going to ask about towers, yes. Okay, so those were all the general questions, okay? And then we get into Dawn of the Hunt, okay? Bingo cards, of course. Of course. Reddit memes, assuredly. Yes, all right. All right, so we have Dawn of the Hunt here. First one. The sheer mobility of spear skills is refreshing for a great deal of players. Might we see some more mobile skills like those on the spear sprinkled across other weapons? Ooh. Ooh. Disengage on every weapon? I'm just kidding. But for example, I love Thunderous Leap, right? That's a great ability used to like, you can leap over gaps and up hills, stuff like that. I love that. I wonder if we'll see different variants of that on all these different weapons. We have leaps like, hey, Duke of Ducks, thanks for the T1, dude. You're doing God's work. Keep the conversation going with the pods. Good luck for the interview. Thank you so much. We have the leap on mace, right? We have some jank movement on bows, right? We don't really have anything, you know, what is it? Wands, staves. Yeah, I wouldn't classify those that as move. I don't think blink is like a staff skill. Would you classify blink as? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. But just more movement abilities that move in either interesting and powerful or odd ways, right? Disengage for all melee is unironically a big wish just for the ability to get out of boss attacks, right? So, like, obviously, did some people watch the race? I watched some of the race until I realized, one, Anger Must was going to crush everybody else and it wasn't going to be close. And two, everyone was using, like, disengage tech. Disengage, rake, stomping ground. And I was like, oh, okay, well, all right. Okay, I saw one demon form. Okay. But everybody else was using just the disengage tech, like, they're just traveling backwards. Like, what is going on there? Will they ever add skills that aren't tied to a specific weapon? I believe I have that in here. Can you ask for more movement abilities like blink that cost spirit, but for dex and strength? I can actually add that in as a note. That's a good note. More blink like spirit gems that are for dex. Strength. Characters? Okay. Next up. Also, what is this? Oh, I moved it. Okay. So here's another interesting one. Dawn of the Hunt introduced a good set of new crafting systems to the game, which is sweet. How often should an average player in endgame be engaging with them? Guys, do we have a Chayula question? We do have a Chayula question, and it's right here. It's hard to see. It's in the balance section. Yes, I'm asking about the monk. Yes, it's in a follow-up question. Yep. I am going to ask about attributes. Yes, we're getting into that part, guys. Okay, so engagement with crafting systems. Guys, once again, I'm not absolutely blasting. But okay, but I have not been able to engage with recombination, right? Do you need to farm a bunch to constantly engage with these systems, or maybe is there a little bit lower barrier for entry? Is there a possibility to introduce these systems a little bit earlier so you can use them earlier on in the game? Then socketables. Oh yeah. You guys ready for socketables? Multiple socketable questions here. A lot of the socketable system is gated behind RNG, with the pool becoming more diluted. Will there perhaps be targeted ways to find all these items? Okay. Again, are most of them meant to be constantly accessible by those who are avidly playing endgame or trading? And then I have a rune system question. It was pitched by Ghazi. The rune system was originally pitched as a replacement to bench crafts in PoE 1, which usually solved simple character problems. Since many players will want to use these cool new socketables if they can, will there be other methods to fix simple character problems easily, like resistance swapping and the like with omens? And then, as I just said, lower barrier for entry for crafting. Thanks, Cat Hannah. I appreciate it. Okay. Here's a question on resistance swapping and juggling all those around. How if you change out one piece that has a lot of res, right? You have to change your entire gear set, essentially. This is a general question. What's an example of an unexpected archetype you've seen gain traction in 0.2? Here we're going to talk a little bit about chase uniques during this highly developmental stage of the game with a lower pool of archetypes accessible. What is grinding gear game's process of adding new uniques to the game, like the chase ones coming in 0.2.1? Yep. Mapping with the temporal chains mod feels bad except for a couple outlier builds. What's the intended counterplay for this powerful modifier? All right. Ooh, and here's the attribute question. I see a lot of people asking about attributes. I feel you. I have experienced this many a time. Especially with the introduction of spears, attribute requirements are very tight for gear and skill gems, which discourages combo builds and adds quite a bit of hassle when experimenting or trying new gear. What does grinding gear games think about a slight, maybe 12 to 20% reduction on requirements to encourage build variety and greater player freedom? Seth Not Thasor, thank you for the $2, dude. Let them know how bad defense is. We're asking a little bit about armor. I have some elaboration here. Here's a unique item question. This is from Off Meta Michael. The majority of unique items fall off as characters progress into the endgame, but it's not because they're not cool or interesting. It's because they are missing an element of scaling. Is grinding gear games happy with the high number of uniques that are cool, but might only be used briefly in a character's journey or not at all? Okay, so here's one. The Sentry unique quarterstaff. This is an example from Off Meta Michael. This is fire-based and has 30% increased light radius. It has 0 true usability, right? What's going on there? Could scale that into, maybe you could, scale fire damage as you increase light radius, have a very cool modifier on that. And then here's a movement speed question, like unique boots. A lot of them are cool, but they don't have that 30% movement speed. The trade-off is not great enough to use unique boots a lot of the time. What's one of the only exceptions? Trample toe? A lot of the others you don't necessarily use because you need that movement speed. All right, and here's another one. What are your thoughts on the feedback of baseline movement speed being too slow? That's going to be a fun one. That's going to be a fun one. I know that some of these are repeats, right? Some of these are repeats. Okay. I'm curious. Like, it's not, and I have notes. It's not in relation to the monsters. Like, it's not just being too slow in relation to the mobs. It's just being too slow in general. I've heard a lot of people talk about that. And I get it. This is not a 1 hour discussion on movement speed. I am so sorry. Okay. With more and more constant interactables encouraged to be held in your inventory in PoE2, such as omens and currency orbs with strong boxes and essences, inventories might be getting a bit clogged. What are the odds of being able to unlock something like a rucksack during the campaign that can only hold these types of items? So things that you are using in your journey, okay? Scrolls of wisdom, currency orbs that you're using on objects in the environment, right? All these sorts of things, like a little rucksack, knapsack that can hold this stuff. I wonder what their thoughts are on that, right? Because they put it in PoE 1. It must have been an experiment, right? Would be very interesting. Okay, I think a commenter left this question on my YouTube video. Excellent question. The Grand Project Precursor tablet makes it far more enjoyable to traverse the Atlas. Is there any possibility of that ability going core to towers instead of needing this unique tablet to access? For those of you who don't know, this allows you to, when you use this tablet in a tower, just go to any map nodes in the radius of the tower. You don't need to be connected on your Atlas to them. You don't need to path to them. You can just go from node in the tower to a node that's on the edge that you haven't even connected. You can cross water this way. You can cross deserts. It's a very cool tablet. Could it be core? It's a cool idea from the commenter. I like it. Obviously, they'd probably tone down the number of towers spawning and everything, but you know, it's still cool. This is a unique tablet. This is a unique tablet already. Okay? And then I have 2 questions on towers. Oh, thanks for the R30. I love the game, but most of the skills feel useless. The system should promote creativity, making more abilities viable. Being forced to use Lightning Spear kills the fun. Let us build freely and creatively. I think there are rooms for improvement. There are other skills that are useful besides Lightning Spear. They are not as busted or flashy as Lightning Spear, but you can use them. And I agree. You know, more ways to encourage combinations. That's what a lot of these questions are going at. More ways to build your character. More ways to allow creativity. So overlapping tower radii existing. And how about what do you think about an item that allows players to connect 2 unconnected nodes within a certain radius? I like that idea. I came up with that idea. Doriani's Charter. How long will the interview be? About an hour and a half. Okay. This is a me question because I really care about this stuff. I know a lot of people don't, but I do. The Huntress's dialogue is superb with all the unique quips when entering maps, your hideout, downing certain bosses, and the like. She feels more alive than the other classes. Will they also be getting this level of voiceover detail in future patches? Please, I love her voiceover. I love all the little snippets of dialogue she has. I hope that's the case. I just want to confirm. All right, here's another balanced one. A decent chunk of passives, especially melee-focused ones on the passive skill tree, have pretty substantial downsides paired with their upsides. Why does Grinding Gear Games take this approach? Seemingly mostly with this archetype. That seems a little too antagonistic. What? Why do these? What is this archetype in particular? Why is this archetype in particular? Why is this archetype? Why does it? Somebody, one of my mods is trying to help me. All right, let's see. Why? Why are these so punishing? I like that. I like this one. Downsides are usually reserved for keystones. What is the added value of these downsides in your eyes? Added value. What is the added value of these downsides in your eyes? I think I like this. Yeah, some of these were asked, Yurand. Some of these were asked. Yep. Jonathan, why is it still impossible to see anything in decay? Yeah. I know he thinks they can put more impactful bonuses on them, but yeah. I'm still curious to ask. I know he's asked. I know he's asked this before. He's been asked this before. Jonathan, just why? No. What is the added value of these downsides in your eyes? Okay. All right. I don't broccoli because I know the passive skill tree especially is something that is going to undergo so many changes. I'm more so focusing on like the stuff that is in the game right now and we have been playing for a while. Because obviously the passive skill tree, the entire left-hand side of it is just, it's not really there, right? It's just not. No, we've heard a lot about the vision. What is the added value of these downsides in your eyes? What is the... Let's see. How about... It's usually... Drawbacks are usually reserved for keystones. Why are they on this archetypes? Notables. Small passives. I like that. I like that one. Okay. Why are they prevalent? Yeah, prevalent on this archetype. Prevalent. All right, I like this. I like this phrasing of it. Okay. All right. Moving on. Okay, cool. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. With waystones being nearly guaranteed drops on map completion, how do you feel about the balance of risk and reward with prefixes and suffixes on waystones? I feel like that one's pretty self-explanatory, right? All the benefits come from prefixes, drawbacks come from suffixes, and those increase waystone drop chance, but like that kind of goes away pretty darn fast, yeah? Okay. They already answered this. They think notables are strong enough to warrant downsides, plain and simple. The thing is it doesn't exist on other archetypes. That's the thing. Like I would understand that answer if lightning spells like that boosted, I don't know. Okay, so there's like, what is it? Eagle Eye. It increases attack speed for every, what is it, like 25 dex now? Something like that, right? If it also had a downside to it, right? And different ones that buff lightning spells, lightning damage, they all have downsides. Yeah, I totally get that. They don't though. They don't. And I don't think the risk versus like the benefit outweighs the drawback still. I'm still curious on it. Yeah, compare the monk to the warrior. Thanks for the prime, Osiris Daybreak. Appreciate it. Boomer Gamer, combating cheater, bots, RMT. Boomer, thanks for the $2. I do not have that question in here, no. A few people pinged me about it this morning. No, I don't have any RMT stuff in here. Yep, I have that Super Leroy. It's not that it's just as a downside, it's that the downside makes the build feel worse. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Okay, here's another, you know, just, I'm curious about this. Special endgame maps, very cool. What's the process of creating these, and do you see them continually being added to the game after, you know, 0.2.0? Tying special mechanics or elements to each biome on the Atlas is pretty cool, but underutilized. Do you have any insights on how GGG might expand on this in the future? Something that I'm curious about. There's obviously the local knowledge Atlas passive, but beyond that, there's not much. So the Arbiter of Ash, as one of the seemingly rare enjoyers of this fight, I'm proud about it. I like it. I'd love to hear about its design from concept to completion. Could you share a bit about him? And then I ask about the fourth edict, and if we're going to get more raid mechanics in the future. Let's go. I know everybody's going to hate me because of that question. Path of Exile races are back. Aside from watching the best of the best duke it out for some rad prizes, is there anything else GGG gleans from these events? And then maybe talk about Rake, Disengage, Stomping Ground tech. Well, maybe. I don't know. And then future dev, the last 0.2.0 question. We've received a bunch of game improvements in 0.2's mid-league patches. Can you provide any glimpses into what might be coming in this department before 0.3? Is the cadence going to remain the same? We're going to get like, you know, four or five new patches? What is the next class, and when can we see the next axe? Well, thank you for the $5, Christopher. Here we go. 0.3 onward. All right. All right. Here's one that I just want to hear Jonathan's thoughts on, because I'm sure that they've thought of this. All right. And yes, I'm specifically thinking of my father when asking this question. Some very new players to ARPGs are unaware of the importance of crafting currency in PoE 2. What are your thoughts on a brief, basic, introductory crafting quest in the Clear Fell encampment? Jonathan, tell me. Come on. Tell me, what do you think? Do you think this is stupid? Do you think it's a get good moment? This is a filter, get out of my game? Well, let me tell you. After I explained how crafting currencies work to my dad, he's level 90. He just got his 4th ascendancy 2 days ago. He has been grinding harder than I have in Dawn of the Hunt. All right? So sometimes it just takes that little hook to get people into the game. All right? Before that, he was hoarding all this crafting currency for days into early access's launch. Cop Muter, thanks for the prime, dude. My dad is playing. What do you think he's playing? Guess what my dad is playing? He is a meta boy. He's a meta follower. All right. So what do you think my dad's playing? Come on. Lightning Spear, Serpent's Fury. Is that what it is? Viper's Fury, whatever. Meta enjoyer. Yes, he is playing Lightning Spear. Is it Serpent's Fury? Whatever the one-shot thing is. He's one-shotting bosses and he feels really good. So you're saying the info it tells you when you hover over it isn't enough. That is exactly what I'm saying, Avenger. Because in some people's minds, they're in the, oh, I need to save this. This might be rare. I'm not going to get another for a long time. I'm just going to save it until I get a really good... And then people just hoard orbs of transmutation, orbs of augmentation, all this stuff, and they don't touch it because they're like, oh, I just got... Have you ever played a game and you like save all your potions for the big fight and then you end up just like never using your potions and stuff? Like that's essentially what my dad has done. And some of my friends who started PoE 2 also did the same. I am not a 23-year-old. I am 28 years old. 20? Yeah, I'm 28 years old, not 23. Take the PoE 1 Calgar introductory quest as an example. Totally true. I know, guys, I know a lot of you probably don't need this. I'm not talking about you. All right. This would just be a free like Regal Orb in Act 1. All right. You can just click through it. It's just like people don't need They don't need people. They don't need Renly to tell you where the Devourer is or to go kill the Devourer, right? Right? After you've done it once, right? You know, okay, I gotta go kill the Devourer, right? It's the same for crafting. That's it. That's it. Okay. Here we go. This is a Snoobe question. Many ARPG veterans have been conditioned to view the campaign as a blip in the journey and to speed through it as fast as possible. Given the continued mixed reception to the length of the current campaign, how do you see PoE 2's campaign evolving? Ooh. And then I gotta ask him, because I don't know how many of you have played PoE 2 since the updates. Guys, the bosses in the campaign are actually a joke. They kind of just fall over, okay? White mobs, it feels they're fine. A lot of them fall over. A lot of rares just kind of fall too. It's fine. But the bosses fall over. I've been playing through on my Merc privately. Bro, they fall. Okay, I know people say the Viper is giga strong. I'm talking about Act 1, Act 2 right now. So I'm going to ask him. I'm not going to try to sway. I'm just going to ask, how do you feel about the current strength of bosses in the campaign on your first character of the league? And how about packs as well? So 2 just campaign questions. All right. Next one. We're talking about fire. Compared to cold and lightning, fire skills and fire damage in general feels lacking. How do you think grinding your games could improve this archetype or entice more players to try it out? Kind of want to ask, is it a number issue or is it just raw imbalance? Because, right, freeze, chill exist, shock exists, electrocute exists. What do we have with fire? Ignite, but ignite scales with big damage hits. So, I mean, if you're already doing giga damage, what's your ignite really going to do, right? There's not ways to scale that, to my knowledge. Maybe I'm totally wrong here. Might be wrong. No. NCXM. No, I fought Jamanra at League launch for 17 minutes. I killed him in one go, but it was a 17-minute fight. They have changed balance since then. So the current state of things, lots has changed since week 1, right? I think a lot of people haven't played since week 1 or week 2. Okay. Some PoE 1 content might not fit well in PoE 2, and some players are eager for brand new PoE 2 only systems or leagues designed from the ground up to arrive. I don't need another PoE 2. Is the plan still to transfer as many league mechanics as possible from PoE 1, or might we see more clever combinations of them, like Asmirian Wisps from Point 2? That's pretty simple. I don't think it needs explanation. Here's another. There's been a bunch of feedback given about the first 3 acts of the campaign. How has it influenced the incoming acts 4, 5, and 6? All right. Do I have another question in here about the acts? Okay, yep. And then I follow up and I ask any sneaky tidbits you can provide about the timeline or content of these final 3 acts. Pretty basic. Okay. All right. This one is a little curious. I'd say 0.2.0 was a reaction patch primarily focused on 0.1 feedback, endgame, and reining in aspects of player power. Is that the right reining? I'm pretty sure it is. I think it is. Any hints as to what the tagline of 0.3.0 might be? Ooh, Jonathan, you gonna give any tidbits? Come on, give us some juicy tidbits. All right, here's one trade question. You guys are gonna be pissed about this trade question. Raining, the G, I'm an idiot. Thank you guys. Raining, thanks. All right, okay, Jonathan, hear me out. What do you think about SSF having a simulation for the currency exchange market with Elva? How horrible, misplaced, or interesting of an idea is this? And then yes, the transfer from SSF to trade issues, they're obvious. So would you opt in to participating in this market simulation and lock out people from going from SSF to trade? I'm curious, because they're doing a lot of like statistics-based stuff. I'm wondering how a fake marketplace would look in PoE 2 for trade for currency items. Like if you're just missing, you know, a certain rune or a certain currency orb and you just need it. It's curious. The G is wrong. Oh my god, did I screw up raining more? It's okay. It's okay. All right. Does the question seem confusing? Does this question where is it? This one. Does the simulation, as people are saying it's confusion. I guess the skinny is like a simulation of the currency exchange market in solo self-found leagues. Where if you interact with it, you can't transfer from SSF to trade. Like that's almost like a PoE spin on maybe last Epoch Circle of Fortune, right? Because it's not changing drop rates, but it's allowing you to interact with a fake market. It might just get shot down. It's the wrong word. Simulation is the wrong word. Yeah, currency exchange with the NPC. Well, kind of. I guess. The question defeats the SSF idea. They would never do fake currency exchange. The whole point of SSF is you find what you need and don't farm for currency. The point of SSF is there is no trade. Okay. Okay. Maybe I flag this one. Maybe I'll flag this one. All right, you guys are making me second guess. Where's the bucket? All right, this is flagged. I'll flag this one, guys. This is the only one that people have been confused about. So if you guys are confused and think it's like a bad question, I might kind of pull it. Thank you, Iraqi Wizard. I'd agree with that, but in PoE 1 we have an NPC to trade common currencies, so... yeah, I'll mark it. Okay. Alright, here's an Atlas question. Looking to the future, is Grinding Gear Games pleased with the infinitely wandering Atlas? Is this the core... How about this? Looking to the future, is Grinding Gear Games pleased with the infinitely wandering Atlas being the core endgame system that'll likely exist in 1.0? How about that? Looking to the future, is Grinding Gear Games pleased with the infinitely wandering, infinitely expanding? Wandering maybe sounds a little like... ugh. Meandering, infinitely expanding Atlas being the core endgame system that'll likely exist in 1.0. I think that's worded better. Okay. Yeah, I think I might skip this question, Soshiro. And then I have two follows up, Jesus. One of the most requested features for endgame I've seen is more player agency, especially in regards to map manipulation. Will Grinding Gear Games implement this in the, is this on your radar? Potentially with some sort of and then here, with a search engine being added to the passive skill tree, might one be added to the Atlas? Please allow me to just say, like, Tainted Paradise. Enter, and find all the Tainted Paradises. That'd be pretty cool. We already talked about towers, guys. Yep. Okay, future development. About 2 months ago, GGG mentioned the likelihood of PoE 2 coming out of early access in 2025 was about 25%, or 65%, 25%. 65%. Where would you place the chance now? Dex gets two passives that benefit stacking it. Falcon Technique and Falcon Drive. Stank has its own version of Falcon Technique with a downside to mana. Why? And Intelligence doesn't have anything for itself. Right. No, thanks for the $10, Don. No, you're totally right. That's why we have that question up there. And then two follow-ups. Is the plan to still include all acts in early access? And the second, how about all base classes? Yes, I tried to not do many yes or no questions. Yeah, totally. I tried to, a lot of these I don't think are yes or no questions. I think most of them are open-ended. I think the vast majority of these are open-ended questions. I tried to avoid lots of yes or no, except for these ones at the end. Okay. All right, and then here's a bunch of rapid-fire questions. Or not a bunch, okay? 1. Update on EU server instability and DDoS attacks. 2. Div cards coming. If they are, any changes from PoE1? 3. Do you have a sneaky teaser for the new MTX slot that replaces a character's model? 4. Is the plan to still allow players to log into separate accounts via couch co-op? Another one. The Hideout Music Player MTX does not work on console after being purchased. Is GGG aware, and is there a fix incoming? This has been like reported a bunch and they haven't responded on it, which is a shame because we all want to hear Camille's bangers. Okay. Okay, another one. Some people have difficulty reading text in chat in game. Is there an opportunity to add an opacity slider in game for it? Next, any timeline on adding passive tree layouts to the game? Here's one, because we're talking a ton about balance. They've talked about armor in the past, so I just want to know, right? Maybe quickly. Are more options for armor or defensive layers related to it coming in 0.3? Okay, guys. They've talked about armor so much. They've talked about defenses so much. Yeah. It's kind of a rapid fire. We're talking about other stuff in this interview. Another, would it be possible to add an option to disable auto-targeting, either as a global setting or as a setting on each skill? Okay. Oh, wow, I have a double in here. Look at. Okay. There you go. I had a double. Oopsie. Okay, any plans on keyboard and mouse support for actual consoles? Okay, a lot of people have been asking that. What has been the toughest part of early access development so far? My friend DM always asks about Blight, so I need to fling my favorite PoE1 League mechanic in here. Any word on anything Harvest related coming? Even the glowy monster models? Mentioning Harvest. And then a very important question. Have you played Expedition 33? They said that there's going to be no challenges or achievements in early access. I asked them that before. They've been asked that multiple times. Okay, and then my final question. I must ask about this. Feel free to shoot me down. I duped myself into believing the Druid was 100% coming in Dawn of the Hunt. I was wrong. No need to discuss any release timeline on it, but I heard there might have been some snafus with certain design aspects of it behind the scenes. Can you explore that a bit? I'm sure plenty of people are champing at the bit to learn about it. What is with the fluff questions? Get serious and ask them hard questions. Bro, did you even pay attention to most of this list? I don't know what you want from me. All right? If you think there aren't tough questions in here and they're all fluff questions, then you are... You're not living in the real world, man. I don't know what to say. 5-hour interview. It's champing at the bit. We had a debate about this. It's champing. We had a debate, guys. So that is the list. That is the list. Wait, isn't it literally? Didn't we discover that it's champing? We fixed this. No? They've talked about the auction house so many times, and last time it was a harsh We're not talking about it. What they know people want it, guys. They know, trust me. Why is them playing Expedition 33 important? Now, because I just care about it. I thought it was a cool game. I'm curious if the GGG's playing it. Jonathan's playing it. It's a pretty cool game. You should try it out. It's very fun. Oh, it's champing. Oh my gosh, you guys. You're so funny. Okay. They were asked about seamless mouse and keyboard controller swap, and they said 0-3. 0-3. They were asked about that in a recent interview. I watched all the interviews, guys. I know which questions are repeats, and I know which ones are not repeats. So, yeah.
Hold on to your butts.
Thank you, Edmund Mark Person for the $5. Subtribe, has Jonathan spoken about future skills being more open for use across different weapon types? It's 100% not chomping. I appreciate you. I have that as a follow-up. Where's the follow-up? Weapon. Weapon. Crap, do I not have that? Okay. Here you go. I'm adding it as a follow-up. Here you go. One sec. Adding onto combo. Additionally, it in plans to open up which skills can be used. Open up skills being locked to certain weapon. Maybe falling thunder could be a mace and staff skill in the future. All right, there you go. Ah, nice. Okay. What? Dude, you are doing a massive disservice to the community if you don't ask about instant trade. The whole community has been asking about this, and they still don't do this. Why? We need to keep asking, even if they know they might answer. Because Ziz asked a month ago. DM and Ghazi asked like a month ago. About a month ago. Hey, Calterac, thanks for the raid, dude. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well, man. They had Ziz in like 2 years ago. They acknowledged the need for it. I'm just focusing on different stuff in the interview. If it comes up at any point, I might chime in on it, right? If there's an opportunity, but I just didn't see the need to do it. Like if that discounts my entire interview and destroys my credibility in your eyes, all right, so be it, man. Fine. It's fine. I'm not doing it unless like Jonathan mentions it, then I'll go in on it, right? Like these are just the prepared things, right? I'm sure there's a possibility that that we gonna chat about different things too. All right, that's it. Yes, you are glazing, Chris. Yep. Yeah, hey, I'm sorry. Somebody will probably ask about trade in the next interview. We are currently not, I don't think we're going to be asking about trade in this interview, so I'm sorry. Okay, let's see. Oh, I have some missed messages. Let's see. All right. We're good in the mod chat, which I will have open. Right. Okay. All right. Sweet. Okay, sure, don't ask, but don't you dare pretend to ask you ask the necessary questions, or you don't shy away from difficult questions because you do. This is what I meant. I'm never gonna please everybody. I am literally asking a plethora, I think, of difficult questions, bro. That is, I actually did something the other day. I looked up list of logical fallacies because I was curious. Because I don't think I've like looked up the actual names of all these logical fallacies since frickin', I don't know, like writing, I don't know, was it maybe like AP Lang in 10th grade or something? I now know what a lot of these like these simple attacks are, guys. You don't need to completely disregard everything I think because I'm not asking one thing that you'd like to ask. I'm doing exactly what I want. I showed you guys all the questions. We good there. All right, so I've got mod chat open. I will be peeking at chat every so often. Let's make sure that everything is set up properly. All right. Are Uniques coming to the game? Yes, they are. They're coming this week. Do we have Angermus in the chat? Absolute legend. Wait, did Angermus have a question? May have missed it. Just Among Us. Any race questions? Actually, yes, Angermus. Yes, there are race questions. Yes. What one? Okay. No Descent Champions questions. We're not going into the OG Path of Exile 1 lore. Nope. I'm curious, I'm sure they are. They haven't said it publicly. If they use the races, do they glean anything else from the events? Are they watching you to see what strategies to nerf, to see what aspects of the campaign they need to mold a little bit differently? Right? Maybe what they think about the whole rake disengage meta that's currently happening. Because that race was hilarious. I was watching it until I saw that someone was absolutely blasting and destroying the competition. And then I spent the rest of the afternoon with my daughter, so. Utzal infinite rare chest reset farming? Oh my gosh. Okay. Do we have a Sir Gog question? I don't think we have a specific Sir Gog question, no. Maybe? Thanks for the gifted sub to Angermus, bro. Let me see. Sir Gog send me anything? No, Sir Gog didn't send me anything. Alright. Yep, before the interview, I'm sure we'll run a good chunk of ads. Yep. Oh, scan tracks. Yeah, it's my first question, essentially. It's my first follow-up. How are the vibes at Grinding Gear Games? Do you think you have a good resource split right now? And are you anticipating 4-month leagues for Path of Exile 1? And that is the only Path of Exile 1 question. Then we go into Path of Exile 2 for the remaining time. The interview starts in 29 minutes. I'm sure I'm gonna prep with Jonathan in maybe like 20. I'm gonna go use the restroom really quick. I will be right back, you guys. Right back. All right. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. All right. Anybody a fan of these? These sparkling ice things? They have 0 sugar, but they actually have... What do they have in them? No, they have something in them. Where is it? Ah, there it is. Lemon juice concentrate. Yep. Sucralose. That's the... I can't drink because it's not technically sugar, but it's sugar. I just can have little sips of those. That's it. The rest is this. Black raspberry is the best. Oh my god. I've never seen someone so wrong in my life. Dude, black raspberry is the worst. Yeah, sucralose is sugar, right? Right. Well, wait, it's not... Okay. Glucose is sugar, right? Wait, okay, maybe... See, I'm not smart, guys. I'm really not smart. They say there's no sugar. Because... Is it glucose is sugar? And they can say it's no sugar if it's sucralose? Or what is the... What is the thing going on? Black raspberry is not the best. Guys, it's not. Yeah, sucralose is... It's artificial. I should ask Jonathan that. What... That's a good question. Sucralose is not sugar. It's just like aspartame. Yeah. Right. It tastes like sugar, though, right? Hey, yo, Fencer Suzuki. Thanks for the prime, man. Kyle, thanks for the $5. Ask why scrolls of wisdom are needed in the game. Without them, we can have better loot filters. They have answered that exact question. It's because they like the dopamine hit, the extra, like, identify thing. I feel like that one is... I don't know if that's gonna ever change. That seems pretty standard. Man, this is unfortunate. Yeah, this is totally gonna be an insane interview. What's going on, Jusei? I don't have this cap on properly, so now I'm leaking all over myself. Sucralose is artificial and doesn't cause insulin spikes, so it's artificial sugar, essentially. Right. But it still has, like, I'm sure some of the negative aspects. In PoE 1, I presume, Disciple. Interview is in 23 minutes. Oh my gosh, my hands are too sweaty, so I can't get this off, and I don't know where it's leaking somewhere. Okay. Artificial sugar designed to taste far sweeter than sugar. Yeah, even worse. See? It's not cool. I know I shouldn't drink it. I know I shouldn't drink it, yet I do. Okay. Yep. Yeah, guys, if people get, well, no. All right, let's chill. Let's chill. Let's orient these appropriately. All right, we're gonna have people on this screen right here. Questions on that screen right there. Excuse me. Okay, zoom out one more. Sweet. Right. Yeah, this is going to be PoE 2 focused. If people are funneling in right now, this is Path of Exile 2 focused. I have one Path of Exile 1 related question right at the beginning, and then we're going full into Path of Exile 2 stuff. Next week is going to be all PoE 1. There's going to be a Ziggy D interview. There's going to be a big reveal for 3.26. The week after that, there's going to be the launch. It's going to be great. It's good. Hopefully it's good, guys. Can we have a trade interview? You can pitch that to Grinding Your Games. Yeah, go for it. You can pitch a trade interview. Go for it. I love Path of Exile 1. I absolutely love Path of Exile 1. Here's something crazy. This little bit of luck. The week after Path of Exile 1's new league launches, my wife and daughters are going during the week up north while I work. I can't take the PTO. So after work, guys, I'm going to have to spam Path of Exile 1. I'm going to have to forego all other non-exercise related responsibilities. And once I get off work at 4:30, 5:30, 6, whenever, I'm just going to have to play Path of Exile 1. Like, wow. Horrible, right? It's going to be rough. I'm really disappointed that they couldn't take me. But, you know, I just can't have PTO all the time, you know? Just doesn't work out that way. We'll log in with you in solidarity. Thank you very much, Tulof. Yeah, I can't wait for it. No shower, no shaving, only microwave dinners that week. Not that far. Not that far. I will likely cook my dinners. Maybe there will be a few microwave dinners. I don't know. I have it down to a science, my chicken cooking. I actually had a dish of my own creation last night, and now we are officially just stalling, guys. Thanks, Nemo Heals, for the prime. I made barbecue chicken pasta last night with egg noodles. It was pretty good. It was actually great. Pee-wee 1 meal prep stream. I'd have to move everything downstairs. I just did a cheese stream. Cheese was okay. I actually had some more Swiss cheese. Who will talk more, me or Jonathan? If I talk more than Jonathan, I have failed. If I talk for even 20% of the interview, I think I've failed. So let's really hope that Jonathan talks more than me. Honestly, if I'm even talking 15%, right? All right. It should be 85-15 max. No, I will not talk. No, guys. I nipped that in the bud after the first time, okay? It's not going to happen again, okay? Fingers crossed. It's okay. I'm cognizant. All right? Can we see your questions somewhere? I went over all of them on the stream. Unfortunately, no, I cannot share them with everybody. I'm sorry. Maybe after the stream. I guess it doesn't matter. There is a lot of discourse, but let Jonathan know some of us are happy and excited about the game. Yeah, I am. I'm very excited. When is GAM? I love the game. I know a lot of you guys love the game too. And a lot of people just care about it. They just want it to be better. It's okay, right? It's just all in the medium of the feedback. Right? We can all be measured. I know it. I know it. Evil tries not asking any questions. Okay, $2 from Kyle. When is gambling removed from the game? Literally never. Gambling will always be in the game. This is an ARPG. This is a Path of Exile game. Gambling will always exist. In all forms. Okay? Yes, do we want some more determinism? Yes, I would like some more determinism. I'm going to ask about it here in this interview. Would I like to be able to progress a little bit quicker or with a little bit less time in? Yes, totally agree. Will gambling be removed? No, gambling will not be removed. Everything relates to the gamba. Yep. I do not have a question about Last Epoch's quality of life in terms of stash access, regardless of systems if a player is interacting with it. E.g. map device and the Atlas map screen, vendor interactions, salvage benefits. I do not have a question in there about that. If I ever get another interview, that'll be on my list. Atlas skill point presets for different league mechanics, e.g. farming citadels, using Waystone Quant, or the local knowledge for different biomes. What do I think about that? I don't think there's enough content in the game for that right now. In the future, yeah, I think that makes sense. Personally. I mean, maybe Jonathan disagrees. Because right now, what? Path of Exile 1, you have 3. We have 3, right? Oh, excuse me. Angermus loves this game? I can't believe it. Hey, Suno, what's happening, man? Are you planning to ask how they plan to do the next season start differently based on the different factors that made the start of Dawn of the Hunt very unappealing to most players? Hey, thanks for the T1, Pocho Oso. Appreciate it. I will keep talking. Don't forget to ask how Jonathan is doing. I mean, I usually do that in private while I'm setting up the stream. Which, by the way, I'm gonna go to stream setup. I want to make sure you guys can't hear anything. Besides this music, okay? I'm gonna turn it off. You should hear the music that was just playing. Okay? Let me know if you hear that music and you don't hear me, okay, you guys? I want to make sure setup screen works. All right? I'm turning on the Arbiter of Ash music. If you hear that music, something has gone wrong. You shouldn't be able to hear this. Here we go. Okay. So it works. Okay, good. It's the flute only, it's the ziggurat. Okay, good. Just intro music. Okay, I just want to make sure, because if I say, like, yeah, Jonathan, nobody can hear us. You know, I don't... I am not going to ask about Chris, guys. Another interviewer, Destin, asked him about Chris. Chris is doing well. Chris is... He's chilling. They still talk every day, Jonathan said. So, hey, Tyler, what's going on? Thanks for the 5 Canadian bucks, dude. I do have questions about player agency and endgame. Yep. I have a few questions about it. It's over. No, it's not over. It's about to just begin, okay?
For the cowgirl.
Okay. Hey, Scorwin, thanks for the T1, dude. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm a little nervous. Yes, 15 months. Oh my god, man. Are you going to ask if progression will be shared with the party again? That is not on my list of questions. Nope. Don't forget the shirt. Yeah, I gotta swap into a new shirt. True. I'll swap into a new shirt in a moment. Ask him about the toucan. I don't have a toucan question, I will be real. Ask Jonathan what he prefers, SSF or trade. Not on my list of questions. The dev will be here momentarily. I want to make sure the pod setup is all good. Yep. I'm good. Jonathan's going to be set. DC audio, he'll probably be around like a 9. A 9. Thank you guys. I'm sure they always go well. I'm just giga nervous. So I just always get very nervous, but these are always fine. Like, we're just literally having a conversation, all right? You know what makes me the most nervous? All you guys in chat. You guys really throw me off. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, I basically ignore you guys. So what I meant more so is, wow, there's a lot of people watching. It's pretty terrifying. I don't really watch chat. Good luck with the interview. You're my favorite PV2 creator. Aw, thanks, Ricard. I appreciate the $5, man. Thank you. Sorry, even though I troll and seem toxic, I wish the best for every person. Goon Gladiator, thank you. I appreciate you, Goon Gladiator.
Gods, that was
Very cool.
satisfying.
Loepe, what's going on, man? Thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Hope you're doing well and you can live translate. All right, I am awaiting a call. All right, guys, I'm going to change my shirt. All right, good to go. Time for fun. My kitty is right under my wheels. Yeah, I can change my shirt pretty fast. I know it's crazy. I definitely need to pop my health flask here. I'm going to change the lighting a little bit. Need a little bit of a brighter light, I think. The red on red is really terrifying me. Making me feel like everything's gonna... I don't know. Here. Emu Mario? Thanks. I appreciate it. All right, let's Omega, are we running some ads? I want to make sure that we're running ads right now. We might have to run some ads. Did we already do it, Omega? We're doing it? Running ads? In 5 minutes? Okay, we start running ads in 5 minutes? Okay. Okay. This is for Twitch, by the way. Okay? They might call a little early, Omega. That's why I'm a little... I think it should be at 5 o'clock, but just in case it starts a little early, I'm sorry if there's like an ad, you know. The dev chat is happening momentarily. Hopefully 9 minutes. It might be a little early. I think they're setting up right now. Yeah, there's also a clock in the corner right there. Oh, I got it wrong. Okay. All right, we got the questions up right here. All right, you guys are going away. You're going on my other screen. Sorry guys. You're going all the way over here. All right, settings. Let me make sure virtual webcam is on. Good. Okay. Interview will be about an hour and a half. Okay. Ask hard questions, please. I have a list of questions prepared. Some of them are hard, some of them are easy. All of them are meant to be productive and because I care about the game. I'm not going to be toxic, guys. Why do you guys think I'm going to change my entire personality and be inauthentic? It's not going to happen.
For the Calgar.
Thanks for the T1, Kraken. So ready to hear the Druid answer. Bro, it might just be we're not talking about the Druid. So just so you know, we might just be skipping the Druid. We might end on a sour note, you know? Druid? We say nothing. Oh, not my wife texting me 6 minutes before. Sweetheart, no, don't. Druid is obviously in the next patch, right? Yeah. No, I already duped myself once. I'm not going to dupe myself again. Okay, guys? Not going to happen. I made that mistake. All right. All right. Oh, yeah. I got to tell her that Gazi said hi. Yeah. Hey, Gazi, what's going on, man? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, my wife said ask him the hard questions. She said, I love you, try. Totally not my real name. She said, try. I love you, try. You're going to do awesome. Good luck, even though you don't need it. But I need it, girl. I need it. Oh, I need it. Is there a class question in general? Yes. Yeah, wondering if all the classes will be in early access. Yeah. Yep. We want the craft bench. There's kind of a crafting bench question in there. Kind of not. Okay.
Hold on to your butts.
The PoE tabletop RPG. Thanks for the $2, Palisasa. Great question. Listen to your favorite pump up song? I don't think I could play it on stream. Oh, there's the tweet. All right, let's go. I'm totally ready for it, guys. We've chatted a few times. I'm not nervous to chat. I'm always down to chat. Oh, here we go. All right, we'll be back in a sec, everybody. All right. press this button. All right, everybody. Can you see Jonathan? Can you hear Jonathan? I need to do some audio adjustments, I presume. Go ahead. All right, one sec.
I'm seeing myself in the video call, but I think that's all right.
Okay. There we go. The audio, it should be on now, guys. Audio good? Give a test,
Okay,
1,
is
2,
that
3.
working? Do I sound okay? Test 1, 2, 3.
I think you're a little quiet. Let me up you a little bit on my end.
Okay, no problem.
All right, maybe 138. Is that good? Go for it again. 1,
Okay.
2, 3.
Does that sound okay? Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Your Games. Does that sound all right?
Sounds good to me. Good.
All
Audio's
right,
good.
Awesome.
All right, we're getting W's in the chat. Okay. All right, and with that, the chat goes away. Okay. All right, man. We'll do the cheesy YouTube intro. We'll get right into it, man. Okay. All right, 3, 2, 1. Hey, Exiles. Welcome to another episode of the Still Sane podcast. Today, I am joined by the game director on Path of Exile 2 and Grinding Your Games co-founder, Jonathan Rogers. First of all, man, how you doing today?
Oh, I'm great. Certainly, had a good sleep. I'm happy. I'm ready to roll. So should be okay.
Well, that's awesome to hear, and I'm glad you're not feeling tired today. You got some good rest last night. All right, kids and wife not keeping you up or anything. So I gotta ask, I'm curious. Right now, we have obviously patches coming out consistently for 0.20 for PoE 2. We have the return of Zana in Path of Exile 1. We have the League releasing on June 13th. What are the vibes right now, like at Grinding Gear Games, compared to, let's say, the launch of 0.20 Dawn of the Hunt? How you feeling?
I mean, I would say definitely things are definitely a lot happier than they were back then. But to be honest, it's kind of like the people who feel the pain are not like, when obviously, there's a lot of people who are unhappy are not necessarily like most of the team, right? Because I mean, most of the team consists of, like you've got artists and sound designers and everything like that. I mean, what they see is like, everyone in love with the stuff that they're making. So like in terms of I guess the people who people are mad at when people are mad are like the kind of core group of like 5 people who are kind of doing balance decisions. And so those are the people who kind of feel the pain. The rest of the team's kind of fine and chill, and it's all good. They're happy. But there's certainly a lot of excitement for for how things are going. And I guess one of the nice things now is we kind of feel like we're finally getting our feet in terms of being able to develop both games simultaneously. Like we had a lot of trouble for a long time there, actually kind of balancing that. And it's like now we're finally kind of rolling, like things are working out. Like I think we sort of found the way that we can make this sustainable. Like I sort of hesitate to say that we're like quite at that point just yet, because like we're still obviously in the early phases. But if we can be launching a PoE 1 expansion, and if we can also at the same time be creating PoE 2 patches, I think that means we're kind of in a good place. There's always going to be some level of like intermixing and kind of things that go on there, but I think that we're in a much better place than what we were before, and that means that like we're sort of ready now to be like, okay, we're actually getting the way we're doing development in a better place. So I mean, just to sort of talk about this, I mean, I was going to say this at the start of the the live stream for PoE 1, but I suppose I might as well just say it now. So basically, like in the past, well, not in the distant past, we always had like the deadline is locked, the features are not, right? Like that's the way that that we want things to be. And the reason why you do that is because you can't lock both, right? You can't say this is the time and these are the features there will be, right? Because there's always development, things happen, right?
Yes.
So effectively, if you want to lock the features, you can't lock the date, and if you want to lock the date, you can't lock the features. And so basically, we in the further go past were always locking dates, but then, like as we sort of had PoE 2 in development, we started to get to a point where we were locking features instead. And I think honestly that kind of wasn't the best. It kind of means that you're in a situation where when dates aren't predictable, like players don't know what's going on, and also you can't communicate with the players about when things are going to happen. Because because we don't know, right? It's like, well, the feature has to happen. The huntress has to make it in. We don't know when it's going to be ready. We can't announce the date until the point where we know that that's happening, right? All I can do is give a vague estimate. So now, and I think this is going to be much healthier for PoE 1 as well. We're locking dates. We know when things are going to be. Like if something doesn't get done, we just won't put it in. We'll put it in the next one. So I think that's a much better way of doing development. So what that means is, we've got PoE 1 release coming up, that's in June. And then, we'll have the PoE 2 release 2 months after that, so 4 months from one to the other. But then we know we're locking in already. Like there'll be another PoE 1 release 4 months after the PoE 1 release that we have, right? That'll be locked in. And then we'll have another PoE 2 release 4 months after that in December, right? So we're basically saying we're doing 4 months. It's going to be consistent. It's going to always be the case. Like we don't want to have this kind of uncertainty around this anymore. And the other thing that locking dates does is it kind of does act as a forcing function of like, you actually do need to, to make sure you're actually shipping something.
Yeah.
So, that's kind of a very important element of that. So, effectively like the change in development model there, like back to locking dates, I think it's just going to be way, way better.
I think a lot of Path of Exile players are going to appreciate that. And man, you answered both of my follow-ups with that. People are very excited to hear 4 month leaks. I do hear a little bit of an echo, Jonathan. I just want to point that out right now.
Okay, yeah. Maybe you need to go down a little.
Just because everybody's going to hear it just a little bit more.
Yeah, can you lower his volume down a little? Sweet. Yeah.
Good.
All good.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, that's extremely exciting. Like people have been yearning for the 4 month cycles again instead of the almost year long. It didn't make it to the meme. Did you guys consider like just extending it like 1 more month just for the meme?
No.
But the one no.
Look, our priority has just been like, no, we need to get a PoE 1 expansion out ASAP, right? Like we really want to make sure we're getting that as soon as possible.
And you broke glass in case of emergency. You were like, all right, Zana, it's time for you to come back. All right, here we go. Right? You knew everybody would love it. So. All right. Well, that was the only Path of Exile one related real question I had. Thanks so much for answering it right off the top. We'll get right into the Path of Exile 2 stuff because all that is super exciting. But Path of Exile 2, man, it's been out since December. Okay, so we're at about 6 months at this point. I'm really curious about some of the stats around this. We obviously see numbers related to Steam, right? We almost hit 600,000 concurrents on Steam. I'm curious, though, because I'm one of the maybe dozens, correct me if I'm wrong, of people who play on the standalone. And then we obviously have the console audience as well. What has been like the numbers and reception on those platforms compared to Steam? Is it similar or much smaller?
It is smaller, but it's not that much smaller. So effectively, I think we had around, I think the concurrency for 010 was something like 890 or something like that, like by the time for all the people on that one. So that's kind of where you sort of ended up. Console's definitely smaller. And I was actually talking about this recently because I was kind of wondering like why, so console I think is now about okay, well, there's another story behind this, but I think it's somewhere between 15 and 20. The answer to why we don't know the exact number is kind of another story, but that's a side note. But it's sort of between 15 to 20, and I think it could be larger. I sort of have a feeling that like console players are not as into early access as PC players are, so I think that could be an element. So we'll see about that. But yeah, effectively we sort of had about like 890-ish, something like that around 010. And then for 020, I was kind of like, okay, you're always going to get a first launch dip, like compared to the first launch, right? So like it was going to go down. So my estimate was that we were going to have is around 500,000 on launch concurrents, and we ended up getting about 485. So it was like pretty close to what I was expecting.
Yeah.
So that was kind of like that was pretty much around what I was expecting. So like I was pretty happy with that. So that's kind of where we ended up with that stuff. Now, obviously the numbers will be larger when we actually get in full release, and then there'll come a point where like instead of shrinking each launch, you'll be growing each launch. It's kind of like changes how these things work. Well, assuming we're doing a good job anyway. That's sort of what I imagine to happen. But it'll be really interesting to see what happens with 030. I've got my predictions, but we'll see how things work.
Okay, well that's very cool. I'm curious. I am not able to like pay attention to a lot of the reception in the other realms, of course, because we have US and Europe and Korea on one realm, and then we have the Chinese realms. How has the reception been like in China? Because PoE 2 Early Access came out over there too, yeah, right?
No, it actually didn't. So they're not out there yet. So there's a lot of people in China who are just playing on the international servers because they're just they use a VPN or something like that. But actually it's not actually officially out there yet. So you know, we're actually, it won't be too far away. I can't give you a date, not that it necessarily matters to you, per se, but, you know, for all the people in China, it obviously matters a lot. Yeah, but it is going to be coming. It's not too much further away. I'm actually going to be taking a trip to China in a few weeks. We're going to chat to some of the players there, you know, and you know, have a chat, and, you know, so hopefully, you know, they'll be pretty interested to see, you know, when that release is going to be coming out.
Right. Is it going to be paid like our version, or is it going to release directly?
Yeah, it'll be exactly the same, exactly the same thing. The price will be a bit different, you know, because different markets have different prices. But I thought, like, so I mean, it's funny because like Tencent were ultra keen for it to be free there, because they're like, oh, like in China, people don't like pay to play games. And I'm kind of like, look, it would be so unfair to the rest of the world if in China it was free and in the rest of the world it wasn't for this period. So yeah, you know, basically I was like, okay, it just has to be it has to be pay to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I said, the pricing will vary a little bit.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, I had absolutely no idea. Okay, well, cool to learn. That'll be interesting to see what the reception is like over there. Okay, awesome note. Okay, here's another kind of statistical question for you. I'm really keen on all this. So recently, you guys have been sharing a bunch of stats to do with the game, such as volatile plants, which are totally 95% of my deaths. Okay, they're apparently 50% of all end game deaths in the end game, and then like 1/3 of maps are hitting grotto. I'm curious, what are there any other like surprising stats like that, and are you using these stats in some surprising ways? I'd be awesome. I'd love to learn some about that.
So we traditionally have actually not been a very data-driven company. Like, we're more about just play the game and see what it's like. But recently, we did actually get a data person. They're really, really great. You know, like they play PoE, so like, you know, they know what they're looking for. Because this is always the worry I had, like getting data people. It's like, oh, you know, they're not going to really know what they're doing and stuff. So, you know, this data person's really, really good. You know, yeah, so we're getting stats like this. Now, I have to say, like, we could be getting a lot more about that, but stuff like that volatile plants thing was ridiculous. But I don't think I've got anything else to really talk to you about right now. Like, if there's anything really surprising, we probably will make a post about it, because, yeah, that one was crazy. But it's like, honestly, I'm honestly shocked that we didn't look at that sooner. Like, it's kind of crazy that... that we let that go on for as long as it did. Like, we checked like ages ago, like back, you know, in 010 days, there were things that we checked, but like it was really only surprisingly recently they're like, hang on a second, what is actually killing people? Let's actually find that out, because yeah, and so yeah, it seems silly that we wouldn't have looked at that, but yeah, when we saw that, it's like, geez, you know, something needs to change about that. So yeah, it's funny because like single things like that can have such an outsized impact on you know, how the game plays.
Right.
And you know, and sometimes players don't even necessarily realize it themselves. They might just kind of be like, oh, I'm dying all the time, and they don't even connect the dots of the fact that it's like the same kind of mechanics that are killing you. So I mean, I had heard, for example, through the grapevine, like a bunch of people had said to me, oh, you know, chaos resistance is the amount of chaos res you can get is too low. And I'm kind of like, okay, well, you know, I mean, it is supposed to be harder to get, like there's various things like that. And it's like, okay, well, the actual problem isn't necessarily, I mean, maybe there still is a problem with that, but like the actual problem isn't necessarily that chaos res is too low. The problem is you've got this one frickin' mechanic that does chaos damage that's just like outsizedly killing people due to, you know, how powerful it is. So,
right.
You know,
it started with volatile crystals, and then it was volatile plants, and you guys did make changes. I think it was in the first 01 patch, 011. You gave it like an audio cue. I swear, it killed me more. I don't know what to say about it, but so I'm interested to see what changes are upcoming in 021 related to them. So.
Right. Well, I mean, I want to, now that we've kind of gotten like an easy way to check this stuff, like we'll probably just have a check again about what's killing people, and, you know, like check on that a bit more regularly. Like, we should be doing more of that stuff. It's just that, like, you know, what I always worry about with data stuff is like, okay, if you just, if you go and just start looking at data without knowing what it is that you're looking for, sometimes you can kind of just like run into spurious things that just happen to have gone one way or the other. And it's like, if you look at enough data, you'll find weird outliers sometimes, but maybe those aren't actually important. Like, sometimes they can just be outliers. So that's why I'm always a little bit hesitant. So I sort of like to always tell people, like, okay, you have to know before you check the numbers what number is going to make you make a decision about this, because like if you don't know that before you go in, then seeing the numbers shouldn't really be the thing that informs that. It should be that, like, okay, if it's above this, it's bad. If it's below that, it's okay, kind of thing. You know, like that should be the stuff you should be knowing before you actually check, because otherwise it can influence. You know, you can kind of like endlessly look at the stuff and it can drive you crazy.
Right.
You know, yeah, that's kind of why I sort of view it that way. But yeah, you know, I mean, obviously here it was very important to see that, because, you know, that was a big one.
I know you said you don't have anything curious to share now, but are there any other like vectors you're looking at for alarming things besides stuff that's killing players? Just anything else in the game?
Well, the thing I'm doing a big data investigation for now actually is I need a better understanding. So like obviously there's got tons of people complaining about lag and disconnects and stuff like that. So I'm kind of like we've actually just like a couple of days ago, I haven't even had a chance to check it yet, made like a new data dashboard for seeing basically by data center and ISP where the problems are, because the problem is that if you look at things that as an absolute rate, it's like it's pretty minimal. But so what I suspected is like, oh, you know, if you're on this ISP, if you're at this particular data center, if you've got those kinds of things, like that's where you've got problems. So we need to start investigating those like individual cases and start kind of, you know, getting on ISP's cases and saying, hey, look, this router is constantly having the problem at this time, that kind of stuff. And so we need to start sort of getting into that kind of level of understanding. So we've started now, yeah, like breaking down like when you log in, like we check which ISP you're with, we look at what data center you're connecting to, and then we're like recording basically on each like pair of those, like data center and ISP, like what the disconnection rate is. If there's some kind of spike, we can log into it. So we're just sort of starting now to get into that kind of level of thinking about that stuff. And so I'm hoping that with that, we should be able to improve some of that stuff soon.
Since we're on it too, I was going to ask about this later. Is this related to the DDoS attacks and instability for European servers? Because I know a lot of people
So
are
that
still
definitely
talking about that.
Right. So that's definitely has been a problem. We have been improving the situation with that by like, you know, basically just working with the data centers and saying, hey, like, you know, what can you do? They've started adding a few extra things. I don't want to talk about too much about exactly what that is, because that obviously informs people to like, you know, how to potentially get past it.
Right.
But yeah, we've been doing a little bit of that. But I like I wouldn't say that the DDoSing is like most of the problem anymore. Like they still happen, right? Like that they definitely happen. But I wouldn't say that's like most of the problem. So I'd say that there are other issues. I mean, they're yeah, as I said, they still happen, but it really is. I think it really is more down now to looking at individual routes, like, you know, like working with the data centers to see, like, you know, what the pairing is like between these different networks and stuff like that. It kind of is like the devil's in the details with the stuff. And we previously didn't have as many data centers. When we started PoE2, we expanded into more data centers, you know, because we needed to, just for the scale that we were talking about. And you know, like the pairing for the other data centers, we worked for years with providers, like, you know, complaining about individual routes and talking about individual things, and it's like, and so it kind of meant that got to a point of stability. So you know, just as we've gone to new data centers, there's just teething problems of like, okay, like these particular things aren't working well. So yeah, we just need to do that work again and like go over it. But honestly, it's been so long since we actually were needing to worry about that stuff that I think we got out of practice on it, and so it's just something we need to get better at again, of just like working with all those providers.
That's good to hear. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. This is a little bit of a spicy topic that I'd like to chat about. Okay, so all these patches for 0.2 have been great. They're bringing quality of life changes to the game, new content to the game with the chase items that we're going to talk about pretty soon. There's one aspect of the game that has not been touched in any of these subsequent patches past like launch week, and that's character balance. And I know you've talked to other people in the past about the reason you're not doing character balance is because people had a very strong reaction during that initial start of early access. I'm curious if your thoughts on that might be changing, or if maybe there's a little bit of a different approach you can take to insert some changes to skills or the passive tree or other stuff during these patches, since like reception seems to be, I think, a lot better than initial launch. What are your thoughts on it?
Right. So if you're talking, there's two sides to this coin, right? There's the nerf and there's the buff.
Yes, exactly.
If you're talking about nerfs, you just can't do it, right? Like you just actually can't. And the reason you can't, and it's like, even aside from whether or not people would be accepting of that, there is just this feeling you get when you go into a league and someone nerfed your build that you were playing already. You just feel like, my character is screwed. And like sure, you can respec, you can do these other things, but it still just has this feeling of like the game, just like, you know, you were standing on a chair and it just got knocked out from under you. And like, no matter, I think, what tools you give people for respecing, people just don't like sure, people can say, oh yeah, I guess I could respec, but like it just isn't great. It just feels bad, you know, like it just is something that it isn't fun. Now, if you're talking about buffs, I actually am willing to do buffs mid-league. It is something we're willing to do. Now, the issue there is just literally the bandwidth for people who can do that kind of balance. Like we really would need more of them in order to do character balance changes in the middle of the league. So effectively, the people who work on character balance are now working on PoE1, right? There aren't many of them. There's really, I would say, 2 people who who completely sight unseen can just make balance changes. There's a few more than that who can do it with like, a lot of checking and so on. And it's like, yeah, if those people are working on PoE 1, then we can't do like those kinds of easy things on PoE 2. So what that'll mean is as soon as PoE 1 comes out, like the expansion, immediately we're going to start doing patches for PoE 2, like even mid league for some of that balance stuff. So like you're going to see in 0.2.2, 0.2.3, you'll probably see like a bunch of that kind of stuff happening, because at that point we can start doing it. So yeah, like that really is a problem. And honestly, if it is so hard to get someone to the point where they can do those kinds of things, it is like one of the hardest things. And I myself am not at the point where I can just make balance changes without someone checking it. Like it's like I can balance things for the early game, but those like subtle late game things are like seriously seriously crazy in terms of the amount of stuff you have to know and the amount of stuff you have to understand, like in order to know what's really going to happen there. So it's like, and that's really tough. And the thing that is bad about that especially is that like I can get something to feel good, like in the, at the early game myself, but it's like if we're talking about like that later scaling stuff, like the stuff you need to really make it so that you've got the good build variety and you've got all that stuff, like that takes a lot of work. And I feel like we underestimated how much time that would take. But it's funny because looking back now, right, like the amount of years it took to actually get PoE 1 into a really good place in this regard was a long time. Like it was a long time. Now, I don't think it will necessarily take us that long again. Like I think we do, there's some benefit of experience that we have. But it's certainly something where it's like, to actually get a skill to the point of, scaling into endgame correctly, it does take quite a lot of effort. And I think there was another sort of mistake as well we were making here is that, like, because in PoE 1, the expectation was like every skill can be your primary skill.
Yeah.
It meant that we paid more attention when thinking about each skill of like, okay, how is this exactly going to become the only skill you're using at endgame? Which wasn't like completely technically true, but it was kind of like, there were definitely like most skills were kind of designed like this is your skill, right? This is the one you're using. With the comboing stuff, I feel like we actually lost sight of that a bit too much, because the assumption kind of was as well, you're using all sorts of different skills, so you don't have to worry too much about whether this skill scales or that skill scales. But actually, I feel like that was actually a mistake, because what it sort of meant is that we had our eye off the ball a little bit of like, okay, how can this skill actually become good enough to be used at endgame? And the reason why you're seeing all these build variety concerns really is because of the fact that I don't think we put enough thought into that on an individual skill basis. So this is something we really want to fix. Like definitely, like we're going to do some fixing for this in during 0.2.0, like after PoE 1's out, we're going to be doing some of this. But a lot of it is going to come in 0.3.0. Like this is a major objective basically for what 0.3.0 is going to be doing, is like fixing this problem, making sure that more stuff scales in the endgame to make it endgame viable. And like that's something that I think that we didn't think about really enough during 0.2.0, especially like that. And that I think was probably like a huge part of why the reception for that was, I mean, there were various reasons, right? But that was a thing I think that is like a major reason why 0.2.0 didn't land as well as it should have. So like that stuff there, it's like, so basically we're just gonna be paying a lot more attention to that stuff. And like I've already got like various ideas, like in some cases it's gonna also have to involve skills. Like it might be that for some archetypes there just isn't currently a skill that really is like the end game like level of scaling, the level of like AoE sort of clear stuff that you need. Like some archetypes just don't have that, and so that's something that we need to fix by either changing radically how a skill works or adding new skills to make that happen. So that's kind of a real focus of that. And what I am now also saying, especially now with the new development model, like, okay, the data's fixed, the content is not. That might mean that the class we are planning on adding might not make it. Now, I think it will, but if it had to not make it in order to make it so that all of the rest of the classes we already have are good, then we will do that trade-off. And that is not the mindset we were in when we were coming up to 0.2.0. It's kind of like the class is the most important thing. Everything else is secondary, which I think in retrospect was the wrong way to look at things.
Yeah.
So now it's like the existing experience of the existing classes is the pinnacle thing. Everything else is like, we'll do it if we can. And obviously we have to still be adding lots of content. And there's the whole side of the company that makes, new areas and, like new monsters and all that stuff, right? That's all sort of just going on. But in terms of like character work, right? The focus is more now on like make sure that the existing classes are good and make sure that experience is good than it is on make sure there is a new class. So, like that's a change, I would say, in how we look at things.
No, that sounds like a substantial change, especially with being okay with buffing things mid-league. That's not as soon as, this cycle. Awesome. Right. I want to push or question just a little bit on the nerfing end, okay? So the buffs sound great with nerfs. Let's take, I'll pull it out of a hat. Lightning Spear. Oh my God. Okay, so say Lightning Spear. I think a lot of people very quickly came to the either realization or the opinion that Lightning Spear was like the only viable skill in endgame. They moved on very quickly. They started playing other games and just left. People who stayed discovered, okay, actually, Lightning Spear isn't the only viable thing. There's all this other stuff you can try out. But because it ran rampant through the community, like a lot of people just decided, okay, I play Lightning Spear, and there's no reason to even try anything else, and then they quit.
Yep, you're right. It was really bad.
So I'm curious, do you think that outweighs the negatives of perhaps doing a mid-league nerf onto that while providing like a respec, saying, hey, Lightning Spear.
I understand. Look,
I'm just curious.
I'm with you in theory completely, right? I do understand that, but in practice, we would not be getting any friends. Right, like the people who you say leave because they're done because they did Lightning Spear and then they were done. Those same people would have been done instantly if we had nerfed it. Like I really don't think that they would have moved on, and it's just one of those things that like it's just the reality of this is just so harsh in terms of like how that works.
So for example, like I think like was it the cast on crit change in 0-1? Was that like evident in the like player graphs essentially? Like when you saw that happen,
well, I mean, absolutely. Like I mean, not even just graphs, just reactions and everything, right? Like it is. Yeah, that kind of stuff, it's really harsh. And look, nerfs are always going to be unpopular, but as I said, the mid-league nerf it is unfair to someone who is making the character. It really is. And it's like, I really do believe that no matter how much respecking and stuff that you allow, it still is the case that people just feel really bad about it. So yeah, it really sucks that kind of thing kind of like screwed with the meta a lot. But even though that happened, I would say that it's not like there weren't still problems. Like, there are more viable things than maybe players say, but then at the same time, there aren't enough viable things for what we want to deliver, right? So, like that's something that we just need to focus on anyway.
Well, bringing up the floor is going to be a great solution, and I'm pretty excited to see those after the 3.26 expansion comes out. Awesome. All right. So I want to stay on the topic of balance for a little bit, but we're gonna tighten it a little bit, the focus. So I want to talk about skill scaling in particular. So for example, like Storm Mages as a skill, they're lightning based, but lightning elemental damage doesn't scale them, nor will projectile damage or anything related to like that archetype. It's just minion damage. Are you guys open to like adding more tags to some of these gems to allow for a little bit more diversity in how you scale some of these more niche skills? Or is there a reason that you've like limited a little bit?
I actually am open to that particular case. Like that particular case is one that I was actually advocating for, but there's like various pressures for various reasons in the studio about like, how things should work, like making things consistent and stuff like that. And there's also just like complexity of implementation and so on. Like there's a lot of like all of that, those changes, because we have so many stats, they just end up taking a huge amount of time. And one of the things that's interesting is like, every stat that existed in PoE 1 is still in the PoE 2 code base. And in theory, a designer they don't want those stats to be broken because like they might want to use them, right? And so what that means is that every single stat sort of like change in the way that thing works. It's like, not only are we supporting all the stats that currently exist in PoE 2, but every single stat that ever worked in PoE 1 is also getting maintained in this code base because they're all still there. And so that means it's like the ability to change like one of these things, it actually takes longer than you might expect. But what it does mean is that we've got like a huge pile of stuff that like, when we need something, it's like half the time that already exists, right? It's just right there. We just use it. But yeah, it just means that like there's a lot of stuff to do something like that. So we discussed this change about having, like basically look, I remember it even came up because when we're like, okay, like when you're using SRS, a lot of people would consider that feels like a spell, right? Like, so therefore, like in PoE, the way that you understand as a PoE player is, well, that's a minion, so of course it scales this way and all that, and that's fine, right? But like, if you're just a new player just turning up for the first time and you see that, you're probably expecting that your spell damage is going to increase the damage that thing does. Right. So, like it's stuff like that kind of means that like, in some ways I would like to make these sorts of changes, but it is a bit of a fight sometimes about like, how that should work. And once again, as I said, it doesn't help that on the other side of that, there's the people saying, well, yeah, but changing this is going to take frickin' ages because we got to change all these stats, right? So they've always got that on their side kind of as an extra part of the argument there. So there's always that thing. So, but the thing is, like, so what you're saying there about changing that is one way we could potentially make some skills scale better. Like, it's an option that we have and one that I'm willing to explore. But like, as I said, I think that it isn't necessarily that one thing. It's sort of many different elements that we can do. Like, it can be changing functionality. It can just be like, like just adding the ability for well, yeah, just other elements of the skill that can make us allow it to scale with other stats that we already have,
Right.
without necessarily changing how they work. But I mean, as I said, both ways can work, and I am totally open to it for sure.
Awesome. Okay. Good to hear. And here's another one that I'm really curious about, because personally, going into PoE 2, I thought I was going to use weapon swap so much, dude, and I ended up not using it. And I think one of the reasons why is because there's that like that weapon swap speed penalty that still exists in the game, and you guys are encouraging combo based builds, but at the same time, it's a little discouraged. So I'm really curious, one, about your thoughts on either altering this or removing it entirely, because I do know that there's like 3 passives on the south side of the tree that lowers the amount of time, but that's it. There's no other way to kind of smooth that out.
What I wanted to do was to make it scale with attack speed. But as soon as we said that, we're like, okay. So like the theory was, it sounds so easy, right? You're like, okay, right. So whatever weapon you're switching to, you look at the attack speed of that, because you want the local attack speed modifiers to work, right? Like that's the first thing, is you can't just use global attack speed, it won't scale enough. It has to work with the weapon that you're actually swapping to. And so then you're like, okay, so sure, you look at the local attack speed mods of that weapon, and that should be able to make it work. But then it's like, okay, so what happens then when the thing you're swapping to is a staff? It doesn't have attack speed mods. It's like a different thing. It's like, okay, shit, what do we do now? There's like questions there. So effectively, like there was all these kind of questions around this that kind of came up, and then we ended up not doing it. But it's still something to do, because I agree that there's a problem. We have to make it so that I don't think we can remove it. And the reason why is because immediately would mean that something like anything that gives you sort of like ability options that other weapons have would probably become a little bit too easy. If it was just like literally 0 swap time, like you would just be raking all day, so that's kind of thing. So everything else would become, you know, and look, you could argue there's a problem with rake and whatever.
Is everybody already raking? No.
yeah, sure. But effectively, look, I agree with you that by the time you get to end game speeds, you do need like something about that to change. And the way I think is to care about like attack speed and like something, we just need to work out exactly how that can work. And I do think that it is something that I want to try and address in 0.3 if we can. I just need to sort of see like exactly how it can work. But yeah, I agree, there's a problem, and we need to fix it. I will mention that like Mark's playing a build where he's using weapon swap, like, you know, like that's, you know, so he's kind of like, you know, it does work. Like he says like it could be better, but it's not like unviable from his perspective. But look, I think it just probably just needs to be faster with some kind of way of scaling of attack speed.
Yeah, I think people use it. It just feels a little clunky, especially when you're in endgame and like you want to quickly swap between abilities.
Yeah. As I said, I'm pretty sure the speed will make a huge difference. That's 100%. That's the thing. Yeah.
All right, a little extra question on weapon swap. So there was supposed to be a lock weapon tech coming in 0.2.
Yes.
Not in yet.
Still haven't done it yet.
What happened?
We will get there. We'll get there. I swear it should be in 0.3. It really should. Like hopefully they'll be getting one of those QOL videos before too long with that one in it.
Okay, cool.
It hasn't been finished yet.
Okay, and then staying on weapons just for one more moment. A lot of skills currently, well, like pretty much all skills are locked to a single weapon type. Are you guys open in the future to expanding that range of possibilities? I think like my friend Dreamcore, he used the example of being able to Falling Thunder using a mace and a quarterstaff. You know, it would like open up some cool tech and like unique item possibilities. And is that something you guys are ever looking to do, or are you firmly
I don't think that I would want to do it like just as a kind of a base feature like that, because like a lot of the identity of the weapons is, you know, comes from that. Now, what I do think is important is like, okay, if you want to do you know, something with Falling Thunder, like ideally weapon swap is the way you achieve that. And so if weapon swap isn't good, then that means that synergy isn't going to be good. So like that, I feel, is the way to solve that, is just make the weapon swapping better. That being said, like I do think that you can make things possible using uniques, right? Like you can have a unique you know, mace that lets you use quarterstaffs, because that might not necessarily be exactly that combo, but you know, like what I'm saying is you can do stuff like that, and like more uniques is going to really be able to unlock those types of things.
That'd be awesome.
So that just comes down to like making more build enabling uniques that can do that kind of stuff. But I do think it's important to keep the identity of the different weapon classes, and yeah, it's the weapon swap where just making that better will make those cross-class things more viable.
I just heard the animators screaming from a few rooms away when you said they're going to allow that. So,
well, thankfully, it's a lot easier to animate on the PoE 2 rigs. So, you know, it should. But yeah, as I said, it really is more of a unique thing, I would say.
Okay, awesome. Well, that sounds cool. All right, so this is on progression and the Atlas skill trees. So presently, and this is I guess is more of a personal / casual dad gamer question for you. Sorry. Right now, it feels like there was a large time investment in to access not the entire trees, but just the initial like 2 points, maybe, right? To fight your
100%.
first audience with a king and everything. And I'm wondering if you guys are okay with what the progression's at. And I know you guys have been constantly lowering the amount of time it takes by upping splinter counts, making things more common. So I'm wondering, do you think with the new updates you're going to be in a better position? And why do you think you were in this position in the first place? Like, did you just miscalculate how long it was going to take people to reach these things? Because it was a lot of time in.
There's a few things. So one of them is that for sure, just miscalculating the amount of time, like definitely the case. But the other problem is that we don't have enough content in each of the kind of in-game league mechanics at the moment. Like, I mean, there was supposed to be more breach bosses than just one, right? And like we have the models, right? We've got stuff that we'll do. Like it will happen at some point, right? And it's like all of that stuff exists. It's just that like it isn't in yet. And so it's like what that sort of led to is a situation where you've got this big gulf in the middle of the progression of each of those leagues, right? Like there isn't kind of like you start breach and it's cool when you start, and there's a kind of a big gulf and then you get to the end of it. It's like there needs to be more of that middle stuff kind of in there to kind of like, you know, fill into, to give you points to kind of have more of that progression going on. And so it's like what I would say is like, to run with that example, it's like I wouldn't consider breach to be finished, right? Like there is more stuff that needs to be there, but to make that a full thing, and that's what we need to be doing, expanding and automate that. So like, I mean, there is tons we would do, right? Like with that stuff. Like the onboarding of it's not good enough. Like there's just it's all the progression stuff around it. It's just not enough content, right? We just need more content. Now, unfortunately, I don't know. Like, I mean, we'll get more of it in 030, but I don't know that I would say it's fixed yet in 030. Like that is something that we will be continuing to add. Like it's one of the things that I think is up there in terms of the tiers of problems that we have, you know, for the end game. But like I would say what I'm saying is like, I think we know what the problem is and we know how to fix it. It's just really the time to make all that content and like get all those bosses and get all that stuff done. So we're you know with each expansion we're chipping away at it, we're adding more stuff, and like that'll get better. But it will just take a little while to just get all of that in and sort of get it done. So there's I would just say there's more content that we wanted to add to all of these than what was added, and then therefore that'll come in as we go.
So there'll be like different choke points essentially where you're going to hit these different tiers.
I mean, you get more of the stuff. You know, like I mean, if you compare like Breach and PoE 1 to PoE 2, like there's just more stuff going on with it in terms of like the you know the different types of, there's like different types of breach encounters and the different breach bosses and stuff like that. Like there's just more going on. So like that's the kind of thing you need, and like that level of content is what you need to kind of make it good. So more stuff will happen. We'll get there. Like, you know, it'll happen, but it just takes a little while to get to that point. So you know, like as I said, might not. In 030 we'll make improvements, but I think it's probably more like 040 where that'll really start to come together.
How do you feel about the dichotomy between something like Breach Splinters, which I'd argue is rather deterministic at this point, versus an audience with a king and accessing the ritual boss and needing to find it in a ritual and defer it? Like, do you guys like that there's differences there? Or
I mean, personally I do. Like, I like it when content feels different as much as possible. Like there was certainly discussion like when we were talking about being able to make you know, like have it be early, because one of the things we wanted to make sure we're doing is that, like, you know, for the earlier difficulty levels, it's easier to get the audiences and so on. And so then we started talking about, how are we going to do that for ritual? Maybe we need to add splinters to that. And I was kind of like, no, I don't really want to just have it so that every in-game pinnacle just works the same way. Like, I like there to be feeling like there's differences in how they all work. So ideally we can sort of keep the flavor and different sort of ways of interacting with these things if we can.
I want to throw this in there. Who made the call to vacuum Breach Splinters? Was there anybody who just said, it's time, let's do it?
It was probably Mark, I would say. It wasn't me, but yes, probably Mark.
Okay, awesome. That was a pretty cool change, I got to say. Okay, this one has to do with monsters specifically, Jonathan. And it's something we chatted about in December. And I was really hyped about it. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. So when we last talked, you spoke about how normal and magic monsters will be different compared to rare monsters, not only in terms of the random modifiers that spawn on them, but the fact that, let's say, a vulture demon that is rare will have an extra actual ability compared to a magic or common vulture demon. I've never noticed those in game. Are those still in game and I'm just not noticing them?
I know what you mean. So
Or
it didn't actually happen as much as I had expected that to actually happen. So I think there's probably like 3 monsters or something like that that ended up actually doing that, and like that was way less than what we expected. Like I know one of them is like the Death Knights have an extra ability and like a few things like that. But yeah. So like there's stuff like that, but it's like it didn't actually happen as much as I wanted. It's one of those things where like if I had time, I would go and do a bunch of that stuff. And like we thought we were adding more of them than we actually ended up doing. So that's kind of what sort of ended up happening more is like more of the specific balance sort of happened, but less of the like extra abilities happened. And that I think what the issue is that so effectively there's a lot less monsters that can be rare than can be than the monster set. Like
right.
a lot of monsters are just disabled from being rare because they don't make a good rare fight. And the intention to fix that is to make it so that when we have a monster where we say this can't be a rare because it's it doesn't have enough going on with it, that's where we wanted to add a new ability to make that happen. So it really is just more work to do that, but it's sort of hard to make that the thing that's more important than like effectively like resources got pulled off and put onto a bunch of other things. And so that's like one of those things I really think I'd like going, but at the moment we just as I said, it's on like 3 monsters and we need to do more later, I'd say.
All right, I thought I wasn't seeing it, so I just wanted to confirm that. And I was also curious, there are some monsters that instill like fear and horror into people when they play PoE 2. Is there any specific one monster that makes you like clench up when you hear it or see it on screen? I
mean,
a lot of people hated those vultures that leapt 4 screens away. Like people hated those.
I mean, the funny thing in in-game is it's probably the frickin' what do you call them? Quill crabs are probably the thing that's the most
or the serpents.
But it's funny, the answer is so different in in-game versus not. Like in the campaign, my favorite monster is the Eternal Knight. Like I really love that thing. It's just like one of my favorite monsters, just because I like how like the counterplay you have to do with it and that kind of stuff. But in in-game they just kind of end up dying. It's like doesn't really matter.
I think that was my first hardcore death was to the Eternal Knight.
Right. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right. Before we get into actual Dawn of the Hunt specific stuff, 2 more questions about the general game. So one of them might be pretty quick. Originally, when you guys were pitching Path of Exile 2, the pitch was every zone is going to have like a boss in it. Now, I know right now during early access, not every zone has a boss. Like all of them have like cool encounters and the like, but not all of them have a boss encounter. Is the plan still for every zone to have a big boss, or is it a little bit more dispersed throughout the campaign now?
I want that to happen. I don't know if it'll happen for release or not. Like so we have bosses for these, right? Like all of the areas in the game, we have a boss that's for that area. It's just that not all of them are finished, and it's about getting time to finish making them. So it's kind of like like certainly the promise of having 100 bosses will be like 100% like over delivered as far as like getting like once we get to release. As to whether or not every single area will have a boss at release, potentially not. But it's like we do have all the bosses sitting there like waiting to actually just get all the VFX and get all the stuff like there. Like it's just we just have to get them done. So like I eventually we will definitely get there because like as I said, the bosses are just sitting there. We just need to freaking make them. Like we have models, we've got rigs, we've got all that stuff. It's just we don't have the animation finished and the VFX done and like all the actual design work that needs to happen to actually make it good. So like as I said, still the plan. It's just that there might be other things that feel more important to us to do rather than add a boss to one particular random zone during the campaign.
That makes total sense. Excited to hear though that they're there. They're just waiting for balance. Okay, cool.
Right.
All right. Before we get into the specific 0.20 and 0.21 balance and additions, I'm really curious. Obviously, you guys are getting a ton of critical feedback to the game, and Mark really likes bingo cards. What is the best place for us to put this feedback? Is it like on your forums, on Reddit, in posts? How do you guys like to consume this best? Especially, you're talking about like an elite cabal of balancers in the game. Like how do they like to read the feedback the best? Like what's the most productive, I guess?
Well,
The
reason we like the bingo cards is because it forces someone to really consolidate what is the most important things. Like if they're going to make a bingo card, it's like you can't just like kind of go on a rant and have a billion different little things where you kind of don't know what's important. It's like these are actually the things that you are saying are important to us. And so that's kind of the reason why I like that. Now, in terms of like, so we obviously have got our community team. They're reading like all these different places. So like, I'm gonna get feedback, like the overall like sentiment of like what people are complaining about the most from them, regardless of kind of where you post it. But in terms of like what I like to consume myself, that's why we like the bingo cards. But also like, you know, like someone who makes a video essay on YouTube, like that's the kind of thing where like I can sort of listen and understand the, you know, like there tends to be like there tend to be like if they're a creator with like you know like a lot of views, I'm going to be paying attention to that stuff, right? So like that stuff is another thing that I like to watch and understand. But as I said, like in terms of just like random people posting, it really doesn't matter where you post because you know our community team will pick it up and they'll get it and they'll find it and deliver it to us.
Okay, more bingo cards. They're coming your way. Sounds good.
Yep.
All right, so Dawn of the Hunt, Jonathan. I think we mentioned this a little bit earlier with Disengage and Rake, but the spear skills, people loved the mobility that they added to the game. A lot of people are using them on different, you know, builds or classes that aren't actually using the spear for damage and everything, right? With Disengage especially. We saw, you know, the race with like Angermus and everybody else just disengaging through the campaign, right?
Right.
I'm curious, seeing that people really like the mobility the spear has, is this making you guys consider perhaps adding more mobility skills to future weapons, to previous weapons, just to give people more tools to move throughout the game?
Well, I mean, it comes down to what's the feeling of the weapon supposed to be, right? In the case of the spear, you're talking about, you know, a dexterous melee weapon. Like the quarterstaff is not as agile, but it's still more agile compared to the mace. You know what I mean? Like, you know, once swords are in, they're going to be more agile than a mace, but potentially less agile than a spear. Like you're just kind of wanting to get that feeling of like, you know, of each weapon kind of has that feeling. So I mean, look, every weapon type should have some level of mobility, but like the spear really probably is about, you know, like I always want that to be the thing that has the maximum, you know, the maximum mobility. That's why it sort of feels like that's what makes it feel different.
Yeah, you guys achieved it. It's pretty darn mobile. I love Thunderous Leap. I'm also curious, just as a brief follow-up, have you guys ever considered more Blink-like spirit gems for dexterity and strength-based classes? Because obviously this is an intelligence gem. We'll get into attributes in just a moment.
Right.
They're sometimes a little tight. Have you guys thought about like a flavorful way to do Blinkish abilities on other archetypes?
If that happens, it's probably going to happen on the on the Dexant class that we haven't yet released. Like that's the one that would be in theme with that kind of ability. So yeah, that's kind of where you'll where you'll see that. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that one is a little way out still, but you know, like yeah, there's a lot of design stuff along those lines, I would say for that class.
All right, little tidbits for shadow enjoyers out there. All right. All right, so on from the mobility front to crafting systems in Dawn of the Hunt. So Dawn of the Hunt introduced a lot of different crafting systems or items to the game. Now, a lot of them are really cool. I'm curious, how do you feel, how much should an average player be engaging with them in endgame? So I'm not even talking about campaign. I'm talking, you're in the endgame, you're running maps. How often should I be touching something like the Recombinator?
Well, Recombinators are in particular like the one that I would say is the most kind of, you know, like it does take a certain level of person to use that, right? Like that is like for you have to be a bit of a grinder to be able to use that system for sure.
That's
so like that one,
right?
I mean, I would say that one is sort of designed to be that way. Like, and it kind of has to be just due to the nature it works. And the funny thing about Recombinators, and I feel like I've said this before, even with the previous designs, that like it is really hard to make something with with that mechanic that both feels like that it's worthwhile for a player while also not completely being ridiculous from the perspective of like making the item game too easy. And it's like it's really hard to get into a place where you've kind of got like both of those two things. Like the benefit that recombination gives you compared to using other types of crafting methods is actually ridiculous, but yet it also feels completely like the chances are incredibly tiny to a player.
Yes.
So yeah, it's kind of one of those things where you sort of always ends up like that. And we sort of had trouble with recombination a few times. As to whether or not players should use it more, I mean, we sort of the target was that people would be using it like once per expedition, and I guess I don't know if we've like completely succeeded at that.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, like that's kind of one of those things. But yeah, that one I would say is definitely one of the harder ones. Like for the other ones, like we want a variety. Like some of them you should be using all the time, some of them you should be using much more rarely. We're about to add a bunch of these new runes and things like that. Like those ones are kind of intended to be like, they're a thing you want to find, like they're rarer, like, they're cool chase drops to find that. Those would be relatively rare, but still way more common than what the current rarest shit is. Because we had that problem, of course, that we found out. That one, so effectively it should be a mix, in my opinion. We're kind of a little like want to really make sure though that you don't get to the point of like you get suddenly inundated with too much all at once. So we just have to like balance that a little bit.
Okay. I'm curious about the socketable system, Jonathan. So right now you touched on a whole bunch of chase socketables are being added to the game. And right now many of the stuff in game are meant to solve simple problems, right? The rune system was pitched as kind of a replacement for Path of Exile once crafting bench. And with these new chase socketables being added to the game, it seems like that might be fading a little bit away. Is there going to be other ways to solve these simple problems that people have in the future or imminently? Or
well, I guess the feeling that we have is like as you kind of get deeper into the end game, then you'll get to the point where the base items that you're getting, because they're getting better, are kind of able to solve your problems more, and so therefore you don't have as much need to rely on the runes to do that. Now there'll be people who will argue that like they're still having to rely on them a lot for things like attribute requirements, and that's like another whole topic that we could talk about. Like that's a thing for sure. So it's kind of like, but the ideal we kind of want to strive for is like as you progress through the end game, your items are getting better. You no longer need, you might be a bit overcapped on res, because you're getting the items are getting better. Therefore, you're like, okay, you're getting to the point now where you can say, okay, I'm willing to sacrifice this rune slot, and that's right around the time when you're getting these like rarer chaser and other socketables coming in. So that's kind of like the feeling that we sort of want to achieve. And so then by the time you're like ultra top tier, you're like, I'm not using, I'm basically not using any attribute or resistance socketables. I'm only using these like ultra chase like really things, or maybe it's like kind of 75 25 with 25 on just to fix that one resistance that's not quite right, like that kind of thing. That's kind of where we want to be as you kind of get through that progression, to kind of get that feeling of like another feeling of progress for the character.
Okay. On the resistance front too, we'll talk about attributes in a second, but resistances especially, I and many other players have found it almost, so when you find a new cool item and you want to replace it, but it's going to replace an item that solves many of your resistances, right? It turns into this whole game of gear shuffling, and this is primarily, I think, an early end game thing, right? You don't have a lot of currency to trade with, or maybe you're playing SSF, and this basically ruins your character, and it causes you to need to reshuffle everything. Are you guys aware that is kind of like the PoE1 like gem system, where the whole shuffling constantly had to occur, and that you have to juggle these defenses to maintain that base level of LE res? And you think there are any solutions that could be added to the game? I know in Path of Exile 1 there was like the harvest resistance swap on items. Maybe that could be like an omen that could be found.
So the harvest resistance swap. So I actually talked to Mark about this recently.
Okay.
And we were discussing about like whether or not we were happy with the harvest resistance swap, and like we were kind of like, the worry there is that it does make things a little bit too easy as far as the item game goes, like for sure. Like he was kind of he sort of had the opinion that like, like that's kind of like it's part of what like, yeah, it's sort of part of what sort of trivialized like getting things exactly where you needed them to go. Like he's kind of the opinion that was too powerful. We sort of talked for a while about this, and the issue that we were having is like, okay, so I'm like, okay, sure, so you could make something like that, but just make it really rare, right? And it's like, well, okay, but if it's rare, then you're not exactly solving your gear shuffling problem, because like that you need to be doing that all the time. So it's kind of like we're in a bit of a hard place. So I actually don't really have an answer to how like we can improve this without kind of like compromising the item system, what we would consider to be too much of a way. Like, so this is I guess this is a potential concern. Now, the runes in theory kind of do address that, because it's like you can temporarily kind of like use them. But then the concern is, okay, and like we've already sort of thought about this, but we kind of like are sort of probably just okay with it for the time being. Like, obviously, the concern is, and this is the thing Mark brought up, is like, okay, you can't take a socketable out. These chase runes, if you can't do that, it does mean that you're going to be like, okay, I'm not going to use it until I know my gear is perfect, right? Like there's this concern of their chase. So we did sort of discuss whether or not we want to think about that. Now we are just going to, for the time being, just leave it how it is. But like, there's definitely this concern of like, okay, if you got to really chase Socketable, like you're going to save it for only an item that you know is perfect. And so yeah, we'll sort of see how that plays out. But we'll have a look at that a little bit later.
Okay. I'm also curious on like the attribute front. It seems like right now, the introduction of spears, it became prevalent to me, and in 0-1 it wasn't as crazy. It seems like attribute requirements are super high for some items and even some gems. Are you guys aware that they might be? I don't even think it's that much. I think it's like maybe 10-15% too high. Are you guys looking into adjusting that at all? Or
So
you okay where they
this is another one of those things that I kind of was thinking about. So I was kind of like, okay, I think what it comes down to is this. If you are playing a strength character, and should it be the case that you don't have to worry about attribute requirements for strength gear, or should you still sometimes run into something where you're like, okay, I need to allocate a bit more extra strength for this? Like, should this be the case or not? It's currently kind of balanced to a point where it's like, like you have to occasionally care about attribute requirements. And what that means, of course, is that if you then want to splash and do something else from a different character, that's like relatively harder, right? And so I was sort of thinking about this, and I was like, I might be open to lowering it a little bit down for gems to kind of allow for more of that like thing. I wouldn't be much, I think, like, because I don't want to make it completely. Like, I feel like in PoE 1 it was kind of most the case that attribute requirements were pretty irrelevant for a lot of things. Like, it mattered a little bit, but like not very much. Like, I don't think it mattered a lot, and so we did want to kind of make sure that attributes mattered more. But it's possible we overshot a little bit for the gems. I think for the gear, it's okay. I don't think that we've got like a huge problem there necessarily, although there are maybe a few cases where like people would argue that it's not right. I could definitely see the argument for gems coming down a little bit. It's one of those things that I want to definitely have another look at, because it's something that we can definitely sort of think about changing for sure. The main thing is just making sure that people can run builds, but on some level, there is intended to be an optimization problem, right? It's like, okay, you got to be thinking like, okay, if I want to do this and use an off-class thing, it's like now I'm making a sacrifice somewhere else. Like having to allocate the attributes is what prevents you from making a build that's just literally the best thing from every class on one build. Like that would be an ultra dominant. Like the attributes are the only thing really preventing that from being the case. So especially with more of the combo stuff going on, we just have to be a little bit careful about that. So that's really the sort of the only control level we have around that. So yeah.
Okay. Now especially on spears. I feel like those, like, because they encourage you to go on like sometimes all 3 attributes or 2 certain attributes, and it gets a little tough. That's just what I experienced. So maybe a little bit on that front, but...
Is there a tri-attribute spear?
I believe that... Maybe I'm crazy. Chat's probably going insane if I'm wrong. I thought there was. I might be wrong. But I remember I was just struggling in 0-2 or 0-1.
Right.
I was not. And it was rough. It was rough in 0-2.
Okay. Understood.
Okay. So here's another curious one that I've seen a lot of debate about. So movement speed in Path of Exile 2. We're not even going to talk about boots, Jonathan. I just want to talk about the baseline movement speed, and not compared to monsters or anything, just the overall movement speed of a character. And the monsters too. A lot of people feel like it's too slow. And a gauge people give is when you get Hare's Foot, that boon in Trial of the Secama, it's like 30% increased movement speed. People are like, oh, that's where we should be, right? How do you feel about it maybe being a bit too slow? Do you think it's fine where it is? Just in general.
Well, as far as I know, and I could be wrong about this, but I as far as I know, the baseline movement speed in PoE 1 and 2 is the same. Like, I don't believe it is actually different. The difference is in like the things you're doing, right? Like the skills that allow you to move all the time and all that stuff, right? As far as I'm aware. Now, as far as movement speed is concerned in general, I don't want to spoil anything, but like we are working on things around this for 030. We do have ideas for what we want to do. I don't want to break the combat system. Like, if we just buffed movement speed for the player, like the baseline, it would break the combat system in a lot of ways. Like, we'd have to do a lot of stuff. There's like animation. It would be a huge deal.
Yeah.
But we have some ideas. But we'll talk about those a little bit. Like, just probably 030 announcement. I would say is where we'll be talking about that. But yeah, we've got some ideas. Like I think that there is something we can improve here that will be the best of both worlds of still having combat mattering while still, like being something that can help players with this concern. So like there's stuff that we can do.
So maybe
yeah,
something
I guess
that's
I
like
wouldn't
a little
really
bursty, right? It's not maybe tied to gear. It's just every so
Right.
often
So
you get a little dopamine rush.
So we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see about stuff like that.
Okay.
So I definitely understand the problem, right? Like, so in terms of tier 1 issues that we have that we want to address in 030, this is in the list, right? Like this problem
awesome.
that people have. Like, I mean, we've got our list of tier 1 issues that we're like, we can't release 030 without, like, even though I said we weren't locking features. I mean, some of the things are easy. Some of these things we're like, here's the tier 1 issues
we're working on it.
This is one of them. This movement speed concern that people have is a concern. But as I said, I just don't want to ruin the combat system too much. So that's why we have to be a bit careful.
Okay. No, that's fair. Completely swapping gears, Jonathan. You guys added a pretty cool item in 020 in the Grand Project Precursor tablet. And it allows you, if you use it in a tower, it allows you to go into any map node or in the radius of that tower. A very interesting person brought up the fact, maybe this is a little bit of an experiment to bring this as a core ability to towers. It makes Atlas traversal so much smoother. We can get to cool destinations faster, skip around to the maps we'd like to play. Is there any chance in your mind that this would go core?
I don't think that I want something like... I don't think I'd want that to be core to towers, but like, I guess if you're saying things like that, it sort of implies that you're not finding the things you want to find easily enough, which is the thing that I'd be looking to address with a concern like that. So that's kind of how I'd see that. Like I said, if you feel like that's necessary, it's probably because there's something wrong with the way that the like the amount of stuff you're finding. So there's definitely something that we need to address there. Like there are some concerns around the stuff for sure. I mean, one thing that we just actually I don't know whether it was deployed or not. Maybe it might be in 021 actually. Because like right now there's this like thing where there's a horrible imbalance of what maps like some maps are way more common than others, and this is something that we have a fix for. As I said, I wasn't sure whether or not it went out in a point release or whether or not it's a 021. I think it's in 021 actually.
I think it's coming in 021, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's in 021. So, we're effectively making it so that like the map's much more even. So like you won't see nearly as many like I think it's hidden grottos, isn't it? The one that
hidden grottos.
You get
you
get constantly. Yeah, like stuff like that, like will improve a lot. So I think that'll help as well. Like I think it really just comes down to balance of like when you find things, where you find them, that kind of stuff. Like to me, that's really what it is. And I guess it also comes down to sort of like the other reasons you might want to be like skipping more of the Atlas content is that you're not feeling like you're seeing what it is you want. And I guess that's another larger issue with towers as well.
I think another thing that people really would like is more just player agency. Right, to be able to, like you kind of said, run the maps that they'd like to run with the mechanics that they'd like to run, and the Grand Project tablet allows that, right? If you see a breach and a ritual and everything on your favorite map layout, but it's on the opposite side of the tower, and you got to run 10 maps to get there, it kind of is a feels bad moment. But just more like
there's actually so that is a broader issue that I've noticed with the current way the Atlas works, which is not something that we initially. It's actually comes down a little bit to the overlapping tower thing as well, and it's only sort of a realization that we came to recently. So, how can I put this together? Like, okay, so there's this issue of like if you know in advance that something isn't the best, then it feels bad to have to kind of go through it like already knowing that it's not the thing you wanted. And so what I'm talking about this is like, okay, and this is something that the old Atlas, like in PoE 1 Atlas didn't have, that PoE 2 Atlas does have, that's like, just sort of think about it, it's like, okay, so the overlapping towers thing is a great example, right? It's like, if you know that overlapping towers is the best thing, then every time you see a non-overlapping tower, you're like, oh, I have to just get through this so I can get to the next overlapping tower. And like, let's just say, for example, and like this is a terrible idea, so I'm not actually going to do this, but I'm just like, let's just say, for example, that we had a mechanic where, and I wouldn't do this for like 10 reasons, but that like when you run a map, there's a random chance that it turns into a tower, right? Let's just say, for example, we had that mechanic. What that would mean is that now you at any time could get the best thing. So you don't feel bad about running maps that you know can never be the best, because at any time the maps could be the best. And this comes down, I think, to the sort of core of like ARPG itemization as well, where it's like one of the reasons why it's good is because, like, the next rock you turn over could contain the mirror drop, right?
Mhm.
So it's like you don't feel bad about killing monsters, even if, like, like, assuming we get everything right, that is, because it's like, okay, there could be a good thing like right around the next corner. It's like if you knew that every monster that you killed was going to drop nothing. Like, let's say, so here's another example of a thing that would be similar, right? Let's just say that all the monsters in a map drop nothing except the boss, right? Let's just say that that's what you had.
Okay.
If you had that, killing all those monsters would feel like a chore, because like there was no chance of that ever returning anything for you, right? You're just like, I just want to get through this to get to the boss, right? And so you've kind of got a similar thing going on, but on like a higher level with the Atlas system, where it's like, that this part isn't the best, therefore like I feel bad having to grind through it. Like if they had a chance of being the best, it would be fine. So I feel like we need to find a way to make that more the case. And like I was sort of discussing, like, as a random example that's kind of a bit related, although not exactly the same, of like, in PoE 1, any map could just randomly spawn a breach.
Yes.
For example.
Yes.
In PoE 2, when you don't have one. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like there's this like so like that sort of element sort of like has a thing there. So there is something to this, and like I can see that there's a problem. I just need to sort of work out exactly how we're going to. And the things that like as I said, the thing I just said there before, like that would solve the problem. I just hate it for 10 other reasons. I'm just sort of putting that out there as like an example. To evoke the idea of how it would feel to you if that was how it worked. You know what I mean? So like that's the kind of thing that I'm thinking about how to sort of resolve this problem. So we do need to do something. Like I like a lot of what the tower mechanic does, but like there's still not something quite right about it. Like there's some stuff we have to do, and I also really love that sort of feeling of exploration thing going on. But I guess something we didn't realize is like, when you can see things in advance, you have to be really careful that you don't let the amount of importance that can have be too high, because that undermines the feeling of everything else. So like that's kind of like a thing I guess we need to think about. So yeah, there's certainly some stuff to think about here. We need to work out what exactly we're going to do about it.
All right, yeah, I think you're touching on the exact feeling I had like when going back to Path of Exile 1. And I always had that feeling of surprise or mystery going into all the maps, and that's just not in PoE 2. So I'm glad that it's on your guys' radar. That's awesome.
Right. Well, I mean, in 020, we did intend to improve that situation by adding more random things. And so having more random things that aren't just the leagues is also a way to sort of improve that. And so 020 helped with that to some degree. But I do think that there's still like an issue around that to think about.
Okay, awesome. Okay. Let's see. I know we're running short on time. I know you have to run in about 25 minutes. So I'm a little bit curious on, let's see here. I'd love to touch on races for just a moment, since you guys are running quite a few of them. Okay. So they're obviously back for Path of Exile 2. You guys have been running them pretty consistently. I'm curious, is there anything in particular you guys are trying to glean while watching these races? Like, are they influencing any balance decisions, or are they showing you, oh, well, this part of the campaign could be improved in a certain way? I'm really curious to hear. Or are they just pure for entertainment?
I wouldn't say that we learn much about things from that perspective beyond just about what races are doing, right? There's obviously changes we could make for races in particular. It doesn't influence too much about the rest of the campaign, I would say, just because like the things that they're doing are really just quite outside the norm of what normal players experience. So yeah, it really is more of just a fun thing we enjoy doing that. Like that's more of what it's about. I wouldn't say that there's like a kind of development reason to run them per se.
Okay. Yeah. All right. This is a very early game question, Jonathan. So and the guy I'll use as an example is my dad. So a lot of very new players to ARPGs, they started playing PoE 2. It was like their first ARPG ever. And a lot of them are unaware of the importance of certain items in the game, like crafting currency, right? A lot of people will just hoard it, even though the currency says, hey, use me on items, right? Would you be open to the idea of like maybe doing a very short quest or tutorial in Act 1 to put people on this path? Because once I showed him how to do it, Jonathan, dude, he's ground more than I have in PoE 2 this season.
I actually already had this idea, and it's already something that we've got in the works. So awesome. I just want to show everyone because a major experience a major difference in experience is just transmuting your weapon. If you transmute your weapon, you're going to have a way different time than if you don't know to do that. So that's something we're going to explicitly say, like, okay, here is a quest where, you know, it's going to drop a transmute, it's going to tell you use it on your weapon, you know, like
Okay, cool.
actually, like, you know, to really make sure that new players know how to do that.
Okay, that makes me so happy to hear for a lot of the new people coming to the game. That'll be great for like 1.0's launch and all that too. Cool. Okay, back to item questions. So, Path of Exile 2, unique items. A lot of the items right now, they fall off as you go into endgame and you scale your character, but it's not because they aren't cool. A lot of them are super cool, but they have no way to scale, you know, past a certain threshold in the game. Are you guys okay with the number of uniques that are in the game, are cool, but just become a little blip in a character's journey? Or are you looking into really reinvigorating some of these items?
I would say, I mean, look, there are some that we definitely need to make more powerful, but I would say that like a lot of the reason is just because we started working on the lower level ones and we're only getting, you know, like only since 010's launch, I would say, have we really been focusing on the more high level stuff. And there's more of that stuff coming. I mean, we have more uniques coming, you know, in 021. Like the focus on unique design now is that sort of in-game, like, you know, like later on stuff that you can use viably on a character going forward. So like that is definitely the case. You know, at the same time, there's a bunch of stuff out there that people would use if it ever dropped, right? So like it's funny because like we were actually looking at, so because Mark and I actually did this exercise recently together. We're like, okay, so like what's the stuff I'm excited to drop, right? And like we started looking through some uniques and like we were just like, man, we forgot we even added this, right? Like it's so rare. There's like 12 Astromentises that have dropped on the live realm, you know what I mean? It's like
Well,
no, that's not actually accurate. There were 12 in trade. There were like 12 in trade at the time that we looked. It's like man, like okay, we worked out. I actually worked out recently because I've actually been recently writing simulator so I can like more easily work out some of what's this going. Like we have like things we can do to work this out, but like it wasn't easy enough. I want to be able to just at an instant's notice as we're changing balance numbers, like the result on the item drops are. So I started writing a tool for that, and I found out that like an Astromentis will drop every 45,000 divines, and it's like okay, like
yeah, that's out.
It's like how many years do you have to wait?
That's crazy.
And it's like, okay, we're not in the right universe here as far as like the drop rate of something like that. So yeah, they effectively do not exist as far as a regular player is concerned.
So these drop rate buffs are
like,
pretty
okay.
substantial. Then I didn't ascertain
yeah.
this.
Oh
the
yeah,
patch
they
notes.
are. They're very, very, very substantial. I mean, look, it's like I think at the trade at the time we saw one was like selling for like 600 divines, and I'm like, this is actually technically cheap compared to the drop rate of this thing. I was like, people don't even know when this drops, so they're just setting it at like a thing. So yeah, this that needs to change, obviously, right?
Okay.
And like one of the key actual differences, and I get this is a little bit inside of things we don't normally talk about, but whatever, I'll talk about it anyway. So like one of the changes that PoE 2 had that I think that in Retrofit, we're actually going to change this back, and this is like a major thing that will improve things, is in PoE 2 the chance of a unique dropping is scaled by the chance of the drop pool of that type of item dropping. So what I mean by that is like unique amulets are like rarer because they're an amulet. But in PoE 1, this was not the case. Like all the uniques were in one pool that then, like, you know, they all had an equal chance. I mean, not equal, right? There's rare and there's common ones. But being an amulet didn't affect the chance for it to drop, right? In PoE 2, the reason why Astromentis is like so completely ridiculous is because amulets being a rarer like thing just in the base pool anyway means that the unique version of the amulet is now incredibly rare, like to a point where they might as well not exist. So what you'll see at, like, you know, as a starting point is that jewelry that are uniques will be way more common than they currently are, just because we're now putting them back into the regular pool with the other uniques that they can roll together. And so that's like an example of the kind of thing that will improve it. And it's like, yeah, like some of the stuff just doesn't have an opportunity to be a chase item you're even thinking about because it's so rare you just don't expect it. It's like not even a thing, right? I mean, it's like effectively Mirror of Calandra tier at this point, and that's not what we really intended, and something that is going to change. So,
that's wild to hear. Hey, Astromentis stonks. Okay, here we go. Right now. Awesome. Maybe I'll find one. That's cool. Okay, so a little bit of a focus now as we get to the final section of the interview, dude, on the future of PoE 2. So just onward. One thing I'm really curious about, and I think a lot of other people are as well, many ARPG veterans have been conditioned to view the campaign as a blip in the journey. You know, you start there and you get through it as fast as possible. Obviously, Path of Exile 2 has been trying to change that. There has been tremendous discourse on this fact, you know, in 0.1 and in 0.2. I'm curious, taking all this and looking at it and looking toward the future, maybe even Acts 4, 5, and 6, how do you see the Path of Exile 2 campaign evolving?
Well, I would say that most of the stuff around this really comes down to the kind of like play speed concerns that people have. So it's like if we can address that, I don't think people are going to be concerned about like campaign length anymore. Like I would say that like it's not necessarily the case that PoE2 is that much longer, if it even is that longer at all than PoE1. If you would think of it in terms of like total distance you need to actually walk and number of monsters you need to kill, it's just that, you know, like it's just the pace is the concern. So if that is higher, or if like there's ways to be that faster in that way, then I think that those kind of concerns will definitely go away or down significantly at the very least. At the same time, it's not helping that cruel difficulty exists, right? Like that's certainly something that is like makes the experience worse. And like it's not like we want cruel difficulty to be there, right? Like it's a compromise that exists until the point we can get more content in. So like basically once we can remove that, I think as well that will help a lot. So that I think it's really the combination of those things that are the primary reason why you know why there's a lot of concern over this. And so effectively, so long as we can fix both of those problems, then I think that stuff will be a lot better.
Okay, no announcements here, but there was an interview you did for 0.20 about Acts 4, 5, and 6, and how it was a little confusing, like the answer. Do you think that they'll be coming one by one, or do you think they'll all be dropping at the same time? I don't know if you know the interview I'm referring to or not.
I just don't. I unfortunately don't want to announce anything.
Oh, you don't.
You'll just have to wait for that one.
Okay, that's totally fine. All right, I get it. Okay, in the future, now you touched on some archetypes not being fully explored right now, and you might actually be buffing stuff up in this league. Is fire on your radar at all? Because compared to a cold and lightning, it just feels a little lackluster. And I don't know if you think that's just a like design or damage or anything.
I mean, okay, so I definitely would agree that lightning is in a better place than cold and fire. I don't fully know if I would agree that cold and fire are necessarily like that far apart from each other. This actually comes down, I think, to the thing I was touching on earlier about like the ability for a skill to scale. Like lightning, just kind of like when you're designing a lightning skill, like it bouncing around between enemies is kind of like just one of those things that tends to happen, right? Because it's lightning, right? Obviously it should do that. And so what that's kind of led to is like when you're not thinking too hard about scaling, lightning just sort of naturally scales more because it can hit more targets, because it kind of auto targets and bounces. You get those kind of skills that allow it to kind of get that kind of in-game clear ability. And fire and cold, it's like I think we have to be a bit more explicit in order to make that happen. So I would say that's kind of the reason. I think, like, I mean, obviously there's going to be balanced numbers and there's going to be a million other things and they're unique and there's like 20 other reasons why this can matter. But I think even just from the base level in terms of scaling, like lightning just as a design space tends to scale more even when you're not thinking about it. And then the other two, yeah, not so much. So I think that's kind of part of why lightning in particular is kind of like, you know, ended up being something that has got more of that going on.
Lightning and cold have like utility too, with like chill, freeze, electrocute.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
I mean, look, fire sort of has its whole burning thing. I mean, look, I mean, the whole difference between damage types things is also something that I think that we didn't explore enough yet in the unique space as well. So what I mean by that is, I don't think that conversion in PoE2 matters that much because like there isn't enough kind of going on that like allows that to matter, if you know what I'm saying. So like it's kind of like that kind of stuff. I think like we need to like more mechanics, you know, and uniques, like more sort of things in the game will kind of hopefully address that and like make those elements like matter more in terms of what makes them unique and different because of like what's available to use in the rest of your toolbox.
Would you guys consider support gems to convert elemental damage at any point?
I mean, it's not like, I mean, the thing is, right now, I don't think the conversion is really that valuable thing. Like, it's not, like, I don't think there's enough kind of going on. And it's like, quintessentially, like, okay, so Acolyte of Chalula, for example, right? Like, the Chaos conversion is just, like, not really valuable like it should be. And it's just because, like, there's not really anything about that that's kind of, like, important enough. So, it's like, when this was designed, it's like the assumption was, oh, like converted to chaos is valuable, right? Like it was valuable in PoE1, therefore it's valuable here, but it's kind of not because like of the other tools that are available. And so then it kind of ends up making that class like not as cool as it should be for that reason. So it's like, then we either have to think, okay, do we need to be adding tools that are going to make that more or do we need to be adjusting how that class works? Like, we obviously have to work this out, like make some other changes potentially. But it's like that kind of stuff. It's like sometimes there is just PoE1 brain going on in terms of like, oh, like this is valuable in PoE1, therefore it must be valuable in PoE2. Like, and you sometimes don't even think that fully through, right? Because you like to even understand why or it is or is not kind of depends on a full understanding of like every other, the whole unique metagame. The thing is like tomorrow a unique could come out. I'm not saying it will, but I'm saying tomorrow a unique could come out that that makes Acolyte of Chalia suddenly amazing, right? It's like it's completely down to like the context in which it exists in. So what I'm saying is like, yeah, it's
going to come out next week, is what you're saying, right? Yeah.
I'm not going to promise anything. I don't actually know for sure the case, but what I'm saying is like there's that element going on. So that I would say is part of the problem. Like we just need to make sure that we're like understanding a bit more about like what about. But look, it's easy once you've got players playing it and you can see what they're doing and you can see that they haven't found anything, right? It's like, well, if they haven't found anything yet, that probably means they're not going to. We probably have to like actually come up with something to juice this particularly, whether that's the class or whether that's unique or some other element, to make that possible. We just need to sort of make that happen. And I'd say conversion in general, but Acolyte of Chalia in particular, like has like problems around that.
So you got that. You're segueing perfectly into a rapid fire question. Acolyte of Chaula, we have like 23 Acolyte players out there, and they really want some love. You guys aware? Is that maybe one of the candidates for a buff in?
Oh, definitely for sure. Yeah,
it is
for sure.
Awesome, fantastic, good to hear. Okay, if you're not going to answer campaign questions, how about let's do one more endgame question, then I got a set of really quick questions to answer. Okay. So the infinitely expanding Atlas, as more people have played it, like I said, 6 months, going into like 1.0, whenever that comes out, are you confident this is going to be the system going into 1.0?
Well, I guess what I would say about that is basically, I mean, we sort of covered this before, right? Like where I was discussing the thing with the towers overlapping and all those various things. Yeah. That kind of really comes down, all comes into it. So what I would say is like, I don't think we've found it quite yet.
Okay.
I hope that I personally love the whole infinite expanding Atlas thing, like as an idea, and like I want to make sure that can happen. But obviously, like nothing, if it doesn't. If we can't make the end game awesome, then we will change it, right? Like everything's like that.
Final.
Now, as I said, I think we've got a lot more to try before we have to change how that is. But that it's like nothing is sacred ultimately if it means getting in the way of like something being good. So like I want it to be there. We'll see what happens.
Okay, cool. All right, lots of rapid fire questions here, and then we'll close out with a question that I'm sure that you'll answer. You won't dodge me out of it at all. Okay, so div cards. We saw a mention the winner in all three races is going to be able to make one.
Yeah.
Are they coming soon? And if they are, any changes from PoE1? Are they going to work the same?
Pretty soon. Fundamentally, they work similarly, but we do have some just like stuff to kind of make it a little bit like. I mean,
you can tell me. It's okay. Nobody's listening.
It's like there were some just cases in PoE1 where you kind of had like some of the things you could pick. Kind of like we're a bit silly, like in a way. Not okay. That's not quite getting to it. It's like I don't want just like 20 copies of div cards that are effectively ultimately doing the same thing, just because they got slightly different variations, same like exact stuff. So we're gonna control that a little bit more this time to kind of make it so that like, okay, if you're the div card that's this, then like that's your thing, and like no one else is gonna be stomping on that. You don't kind of have like a billion ways to all just give you like a mage blood.
Okay.
Like in PoE1, you know what I mean? Like, so we want to just do some adjustments there, but that's kind of more of a thing around, the people making the div cards rather than the thing around actually finding them. So I don't have anything to talk about on that side yet, but it won't be too far away. We do have some pretty nice looking art. That's pretty cool. So,
is it going to be different from Path of Exile 1, like brand new art for PoE2 for div cards?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's exciting. Okay. Yeah. Is the plan to still allow players to log into separate accounts via couch co-op? Because I know that was originally
the intention. The plan. That will probably be the thing that the console guys do after they've done the ability to transition from mouse and keyboard to controller on the fly, like on the fly. Seamlessly, so once they're done with that, we'll probably work on the couch co-op different account thing. Okay.
All right, I've heard chat is going wild about this, and I know you've talked about it ad nauseum, but I'm still curious. Any more options for armor or defensive layers related to it, potentially coming in 0.20 or 0.3?
I don't have anything to say about it at this point. Like, well, this is one of those this is probably going to be another freaking multi-day conversation with Mike to work out the details of. So once PoE1's out, we'll probably have a long discussion. I'm certain about. Certainly something that people are very keen for.
Okay. Any timeline on adding passive tree layouts to the game? We know that those are coming in PoE2. Any timeline on those?
Oh, you mean
the pathing? The pathing.
The thing. Yeah. You know what? I need to follow up on that again. I actually don't know what the timeline was on that one. I need to go talk to the UI guys about when that will be. Hopefully, I mean, look, I want to get it in, so it won't be too far away.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Would it be possible to add an option to disable auto-targeting either as a global setting or on a skill-by-skill basis? I've heard some people complaining about that a little bit.
So I have a huge thing about this.
Uh-oh. Not a rapid-fire question.
But this is not a rapid-fire question. It's a very complicated thing. Okay, so because I've got like crazy theories about why this is suddenly an issue and like all these other things. Like it's like a whole. So because okay. PoE2 and PoE1 targeting is identical. There is no difference between these, right? And targeting in PoE1 was not a big thing that people were worried about. Like, this just wasn't a thing. And so I'm like, why is it different in PoE2? Because people have been saying, okay, it's like there's a lot of people talking about parallax error, right? So what we're talking about here is like targeting is relative to your feet, right? Mm-hmm. And like to me, that makes total sense because I'm like, okay, like when you click, that's exactly where you move to. When you right click, that's exactly where the projectile flies over, right? Like it seems to make sense to me. And so I always assumed that this was how every ARPG worked. Like I actually just assumed that. Like I didn't actually know, and I never really thought about it before because it was just so obvious to me that that's how it should be. But then when people started posting about this, I'm like, okay, I'm actually going to try out just like a bunch of other games and just see, like really look at them, how they work. And I noticed that like, okay, the first one I tried was D4, and I'm like, okay, they actually do this differently. They have it so that when you right click, the projectile exactly moves to the mouse. And to me, I'm like, this is insane actually, because like when you click in the location, you run to a different, like if you click to your right, you'll run right. But if you right click there and fire a projectile, you'll fire diagonally downwards. And I'm like, okay, like, and yet this is more intuitive to people. And so I'm starting to think like, okay, well, at least to some people, right? So I'm starting to think like, okay, well, what's the difference here? And then I started thinking like, a big change in PoE 1 and 2 was WASD. And when you're using click to move, every time you click, it's like reinforcing the fact that everything's relative to your feet, because it's like that's where you move to, right? So you're like click, you're moving there every single time. Every single click is like reinforcing this like way of thinking about where things are relative to your character. Right. But when you're in WASD, oftentimes you are effectively just saying, I want to fire that way. You know, like this is the direction I want to fire in. So maybe you like internally in your head, you just sort of think about it differently. So if you're like, to me, it working the other way is actually unintuitive. And I actually tried in D4, like, okay, if I like don't click on the monster, if I like am specifically trying to click on the ground to hit the monster, and I just play like that for a little while, like what do I end up with? And I actually was missing all the time because once again, it's not intuitive to me. But I'm like, okay, but if like one of the biggest other ARPGs works this way, it does seem reasonable for us to have an option to change it to work that way. And so then I started looking into these other games, and so like I checked Last Epoch. That one somewhat inexplicably seems to look at your knee height, and I don't know why, rather than the chest height. That's kind of weird. So I don't know what's going on with that. What's it called?
Torchlight. Maybe.
Sorry, what was that? Sorry.
Torchlight Infinite. I don't know.
Torchlight Infinite.
No,
that's chest height. No Rest for the Wicked. I actually didn't check that one.
Okay.
But I checked. Oh God, what's it called? Whatever. There was another one I checked that was also feet. Like it is a variety, right?
Okay.
The game. But okay. But it's like Diablo 4 is obviously like a game that tons of people played. You know, you got a lot of people coming from that to us. Like this fundamental thing working differently is something that can matter. So basically, what I'm saying is we are actually looking into having an option for this. Whether or not it's the default or not is going to be an argument.
Okay.
You know, like that's a question. And I think that and the reason why I bring this up, right, when you just talk about the whole disabling the auto targeting thing, is because there's a very specific and this might even be hard to explain without a picture, so I might have to hold this coffee cup up here.
Oh, here we go.
As a visual aid here. So okay, we're getting right into it now. Basically, okay. So if you are targeting from your chest to chest, then basically when you move off, like if this is the bounding box of a monster, then as soon as you move the cursor off that, then the location on the ground that is nearest to that will be closer in terms of like the angle that your projectile would fire to the like location, like you move a small amount of distance of the mouse and you get a small amount of rotation of the of like where you're going to aim.
Right.
But using the system from your feet, it means that like when you move off a monster, that change in angle is quite a lot larger, because if you move off from here to here, it's like there's quite a big snap that happens. And so I think that when people are talking about wanting to disable this, it's because when they slightly click off the monster, it's resulting in an outsized amount of difference in angle of actual that you're attacking with. Yep. And so that sort of then means you're like, your instinct without sort of thinking about it too hard is going to be, oh, I just want to disable that, right? Mm-hmm. Rather than it just being that, like, if the 2 points were closer together, then that wouldn't be a concern that you would have. So as I said, I want to try just first, like, okay, let's just try with this thing to do that, and then we'll see how that goes. And then like there might be a world where I'd consider having it so that you can disable name locking as well. But I don't think that's going to be a complaint. Like, it never was in PoE 1. The moment that you don't have that problem. And as I said, I think in PoE 1, the reason why it wasn't because people were so conditioned to how it worked from the way you're clicking to move. So I think it really is WASD that introduced us to that issue. But yeah, anyway, that's a long rant. It's like a whole thing that we're looking into at the moment. And that's what I have to say about that. But as I said, it took quite a lot of like thinking about it and working it out to sort of see what the issue was there.
Okay. Well, thank you, Diablo 4. We'll look out for it. That's pretty cool. Okay. So on consoles, the Hideout music player doesn't work after being bought. Any idea if there's a fix? Like, people apparently have been reporting
honestly, like, that was not on my radar.
Oh.
Go like immediately and just ask someone to see why that is.
We want to hear
there's almost certainly going to be a bug in the issue tracker. Okay. There's almost certainly a bug in the issue tracker sitting there about that, and I just need to say that that's kind of unacceptable that doesn't work.
Awesome. And then one little quality of life feature before the silly question. Some people have difficulty reading text in chat in game. Is there an opportunity to perhaps add some options like an opacity slider on it instead of being all or nothing?
So we, for like a long time, have been wanting to do like a full chat revamp. Oh, and the problem then has been that because we've got that in the like what we want to do, it means that every time someone suggests like a little thing, they're like, oh, but we should just wait to do that for the whole huge chat revamp. And I just need to actually make sure the chat revamp happens so that, because we want to add more options and things and like have a bunch more stuff going on with that. So
okay,
yeah, basically before release, definitely we will have a chat revamp, and that'll like a lot of those kinds of problems we can just fix.
All right, awesome. One more Path of Exile related question, and one that is unrelated, unless maybe it inspires you. Anybody in the office playing Expedition 33? I have to ask. It's the only game that's taken me away from PoE 2, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, certainly, it's pretty popular. I played it.
Okay.
I kind of like. I fell off right after the end of Act 1. Really? Not to spoil anything, but there was something that happened there that kind of, for some reason, just kind of made me go, I don't know. Like, it just kind of, I maybe a bit unhappy now. People tell me that I really should keep going because there's a lot more cool stuff, and so I hopefully I will get time to do that. But yeah, and then Doom came out, and then there was that whole thing, and like so I kind of got knocked off again. But there's lots of people around the office who are loving it.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, so I know why you fell off, and it tells me a lot about your personality, Jonathan. So everybody can no spoilers in the chat, guys. No spoilers. But okay, cool. All right. Last question before we send you off, man. Thank you for staying a few minutes over. Okay, Jonathan, I duped myself into thinking the druid was coming into Dawn of the Hunt. I was like completely blinders on. Everyone's like, you're wrong, you're wrong. No, the druid's coming. The huntress is coming. I know it was originally supposed to like release with the huntress, and you don't need to get into timelines with the druid. I'm curious, can you reveal what kind of happened there? Was there like I heard something about animation snafus. Was it a balance concern? Like, what's happening?
It just wasn't ready. That's all I can say.
It just wasn't ready?
It just wasn't ready.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know what else to tell you.
Okay. Are bear and wolf forms still planned? Those two?
Well, you will have to find out when we announce everything.
Okay. Well, I have a few more things, but I don't want to go over time, man. Thank you so much for giving me an hour and a half of your day. I know that you were booked literally the entire week except for this 90-minute window. So I really appreciate it. I do. So
no problem.
I wish you luck with the Path of Exile 1 League. Is there anything else that you wanted to say before?
Oh, not really. I mean, that's great. It's a great interview. Okay. So, thanks very much.
All right.
I'll see you again next time.
All right. Definitely, Jonathan. Have a great one. Talk to you later.
You too. You too.
All right. Chat. How was it? How did the interview go? I did not look at chat the entire time. Last time we interviewed Jonathan, I got through all my questions both times. This time I told myself I'm going to follow up on questions. So I ended up not being able to ask all the questions. Oh, I should have prepared less questions. I'm sorry. But that was really good. I think we got some good information. Okay. I think the biggest piece of information, it was at literally the first 15 minutes, which I guess is kind of the best thing to happen for everyone, because a lot of people won't watch most of the interview. They are looking at dates now and not content. So Path of Exile 1 leagues are out every 4 months flat. And PoE 2, they're going to be staggered 2 months, and they're going to stay to that, apparently, which is a big win. And then no nerfs, but buffs in PoE 2. I thought those were the 2 biggest things of the interview. I don't know if people agree or not. How did people like it? Well done, W. Zana confirmed. Also, Zana was confirmed. He didn't say anything about Zana not being confirmed. That was awesome. I really appreciate their time. That was really good. Oh, that was so much fun. What did you guys think about it? Let me look at the chat. Yo, DM, thanks for the raid, man. How was it? Was it good? Was it bad? Be honest, guys. Like, I tried to get to a good amount of stuff. When I looked at the clock and I saw there were 30 minutes left, I was like, crap. I was on question 20 of 53. Question 20 of 53. The next time I'll order my questions better. Quicksilver flasks exist? Is that what Jonathan was saying? Was Jonathan saying Quicksilvers are coming? Come on. Was that what it was? Well done on the last question, made him human. He is a human! They're all humans! And I know, I smile too much, guys. I couldn't help but smile when he said that Path of Exile 1 interview thing, because I just knew that people would be so happy to hear it. Like, I didn't even have to ask him. I didn't have to say, all right, so 4-month leagues again, Jonathan. Just came out. No, we're doing it. Quicksilver charm that you can use. Okay. Honestly, I love the conversation about targeting at the end. It's one of the weirdest things about using Merc crossbows, but a non-issue on maces. Yeah, I noticed it a lot on spears this league. Okay. Thank you for the fire question. Of course, I think it sounds like a lot of buffs are coming for fire and the like, for a lot of archetypes. So that was really cool to hear. You tried the druid question. When I asked the act question and he gave me nothing, I was like, my druid question is screwed. I was gonna like take more time on it, but I decided not to. Because I knew there was just no point. Okay. I wish you asked what other problems are considered tier 1 for them currently. Oh my god, that's a good question. Oh, dude. Bro, that's a good question. Who said that? Who said that? I want to give you kudos. Crap, there's too much stuff coming. There's too many things. Dude, that is, I can't believe I didn't leap on that opportunity. I was trying to do good with follow-ups too. Other tier 1 problems. Let me message him really quick. No, I'm just kidding. Z-Johns, thanks for the Prime, man. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid DM. I hope your chat enjoyed the interview. I hope everybody enjoyed the interview. I thought it went really well. Time management was the only thing that I screwed up a little bit there. There were a bunch of stuff I didn't get to hit. Oh, I had to do the like risk reward thing in my head. Yeah, Ziz, Darth, whoever, Gazi, whoever's doing interviews, add, what are your tier 1 questions? I almost want, you know what I almost asked him? I almost asked, oh, so what are your tier 0 questions? He would have appreciated that. Him being a programmer and everything, right? You know, because 0 is the most important. Ah, yeah, that was, yep, T0. Yep, T0 questions. Hey, Ian, what's going on, man? Yep. All right. The interview is going to be posted on my channel, and there's the live stream on YouTube, so you can view the VOD. It'll be available right away. Yeah, I thought that went really well. I think this last question was more complex than expected. Bro, I thought it was a yes or no. And then we got the props. We got the props coming out, which was awesome. He was like, all right, here we go. Here you go. We got the props going. Here is the difference. And I didn't even know this, guys. Like, I'm just learning. That's the type of stuff that I really enjoy. I know everybody really wants balance answers and future of the game answers and all that. If I could have an hour and a half and just spend it exactly how I really want, I would ask him a lot of that stupid stuff. I cut my fun questions. I cut the question about the Arbiter of Ash. I cut the question about music. I cut the question about dialogue of the Huntress. Because that made me smile, because he's obviously super passionate, and he's like, all right, so here it is. Here's the feet targeting. Here's the torso targeting. You know, some ARPGs, they have the knee targeting. Oh, so good. It was so good. Did I ask about Shadow? No, but he said Shadow was a ways off. Sorry, guys. Shadow is a ways off. He hinted heavily at Shadow and that it's a ways off. Oh, he gave a lot of details in that explanation. I was not expecting it. The linear algebra, haha. Better than... yeah, I'm sorry. Gazzy, if you're watching, I didn't get your minion question in. I'm sorry. When Jonathan used the cup as a prop, I lost. Really was gold. Yeah, no, it was... Hey, and it made sense. It made way more sense with the prop than him explaining it. I won't lie. No news on the upcoming MTX class. Yeah, I didn't... Like I said, Omega Cybers, I won't... They gave me an hour and a half. They gave us an hour and a half. I want to respect it as much as possible. We're lucky we get these interviews. I just want bears and swords. Yeah, I didn't ask about the new cosmetics. I cut that question. The last Epoch rant was good. Yeah, we got a decent amount of juice. It's better to have extra questions. I know. I had a lot. Well, what I should have done is I could have skipped some of these earlier questions. But even then, I like the earlier questions. I looked at chat once, and I saw chat was like, yeah, softball questions when I was talking about the concurrence, because I was curious about that. So what was it? We had a peak of 860 or something across all platforms. 867, he said, right? I thought that was really cool, talking about all the statistics. I thought those two were really worthwhile. I like those questions. Sorry, guys. Those are the type of interviews I'm going to give. 890 peak. Very cool. Did you know that Perfect Strike will only land if you point your mouse at the monster's feet? Is that why I keep missing, or why I used to keep missing with Perfect Strike? I literally didn't know that. 890k peak over all platforms. Very cool. I didn't know that. I constantly miss Perfect Strike, so today I learned. Thank you, guys. Thanks for all the follows and the subs, you guys. I really appreciate it. That was really fun. That was good. Let me turn on some nice music for us to listen to from Camille. Also, console players, you will be getting hopefully your music box very soon. Okay. I'm glad to hear that is now on their radar. Addressing the towers was the biggest W for me. Okay, that was super cool as well, because whatever you guys say, I was in total agreement. And he realized what the problem is. One, and all of you, he used the word chore too. He understands, GGG understands that towers feel like a chore because you see the stuff you want in the distance and you have to work toward it, and you don't feel rewarded, and that feels bad. And then there's also the mixed in aspect of you already know what's going to be in the tower, basically. You know that there's not going to be like a potentially exciting encounter. And he compared it to PoE 1. That's the exact feeling that I had when I went and I played Path of Exile 1 after 2 months of PoE 2. Right? That's missing. They're aware, and hopefully that's coming in 030. I'm so happy to hear that there are going to be changes occurring to balance.
Today, you can tell that you have stepped up your game. Smiley face.
Thank you, can't think of it. Thanks for the cheer, man. I have never had someone do a text to speech. Thank you. I appreciate it. God forbid you have to work for it, LOL. I don't think it's about working for it, because if you think about it, the stuff that you're working toward are the end game maps, like the monolith. You're working toward the citadels. You're working toward the arbiter. You're working toward getting breach splinters and audience with a king, and that's all the working towards stuff. I think when you're mapping, you shouldn't necessarily be working toward a little map node, if you know what I mean, unless it's a special map, right? I think those map nodes should just be fun at all times, and then the work is spread in other parts. I'm sorry for people who are disappointed on crafting and armor. Guys, I knew armor, they just talked and were pressed on it with Ziz. They weren't, yeah. I wasn't gonna like try to spend 5 minutes on armor. They know it's a problem. A lot of the archetypes that rely on armor aren't in the game yet. I'm sure it'll get better in the future. I wanted to focus on kind of new stuff that was introduced in this particular patch. I think doing things that are unrewarding that you don't want to do feels way worse than waiting on RNG to drop something while you're playing how you want to play. Killer X Titan, yeah, exactly. I think Jonathan expressed it well. And I agree. You failed your first ever Citadel today? Ugh. We did not touch on trade in SSF always, Rogue. I'm sorry. We didn't talk about trade. Was there like a slight mention? No, I don't even think there was any mention of trade. How come base movement speed in PoE 1 and PoE 2 are the same when you have 40% Quicksilver as a base in PoE 1, and if you don't have it, you are trolling? No. Okay, Exile, I think what he was talking about it literally, and I think that he has acknowledged that the concern is that there are instances wherein you don't have movement speed and you feel much slower, and that they're seeking to address it. I think what they basically said is that there's some sort of Quicksilver or burst of speed, some sprint system coming into the game, right? In Diablo 2, it was your stamina bar. In Path of Exile 1, it was Quicksilvers. I think something like that is probably coming into the game. Out of combat sprint. Yeah. New patch is going live next week, and it sounds like it might have a unique for Acolyte of Chayula people. Yeah, Eclipse, that was actually insane as well. The Astramentus, he said it was like 1 in 45,000 Divine Orbs. That's crazy. No, they changed the date. It's next week. It's not going to be this week, you guys. In a news post from 2 days ago, they said that they're pushing it to next week. Not going to be this week. That was a delay. Shift toggle run. Try 1 in 45,000. That is crazy. I thought it was the end of this week for 021. It was. It's changed. What's going on, Heron? Out of combat row amount would be dope. I don't know. Not everybody's a mount guy. You know, I'm not. 705 Astramentuses are on the trading site, so roughly 32 million divine drops if Jonathan is right. Yeah, I didn't ask the when is the game coming out question because he batted down the acts 4 through 6. It just wouldn't have been worth it. Like, you know. I do not get to create my own unique. I get a div card, which is super cool. It's probably going to be called Toxic Positivity. It's going to be really cool. I love this music. Thanks, Tommy. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of mounts, honestly, as being the solution. I think that it just needs to be, your characters need to be a little faster. I'm completely new here, but I already get the joke on that card name. Yep. It's gonna be a cool card. It's gonna be poison based. All right, we're gonna find some cool poison based unique to use it with. Yep. Flame Dash and Quicksilver. Oh my god, guys. All right. Oh my gosh, lots of sweat. Oh god, I hope I didn't lift my arms up during the interview. Oh, that was good. That was good. Let me text my wife and let her know that I didn't die. Oh, that went well. It went super well. Love ya. Gonna stream for a while. Okay. All right. She has been notified. All right. Where do we see the interview? You can watch it on my YouTube channel, or I'm going to post it in a few minutes. Or sorry, I'll post it right as the stream ends. Get her to pick you better deodorant. I use like natural deodorant, right? So like, cause I want to be like healthy, try to be healthy. I got to stand up. Let me take off my headset actually. Okay, I have a question. Question, guys. Was it a problem with my computer, or did Jonathan's mic clip a little bit? Was Jonathan's mic clipping? I couldn't tell if it was my Discord or if it was Jonathan's mic. Okay, there was a little bit of clipping. Yeah, the noise gate was too high. I thought that's what it was. I didn't know. I told Jonathan before we went live that like when I was interviewing the last Epoch devs, my sound like went out on my speakers, which is why I was using a headset, and I had to pretend that I knew what Judd was saying for like a minute. All right, and it worked. I fooled my way through. So it was just the noise gate. Okay. Good to know. All right. Then I'll point it out next time. I was just a little hesitant. Is all. Let me change so you guys can hear this excellent music here. Speakers. Here we go. You thought it was your headset? No, I noticed it too. Yeah. It was barely noticeable. Okay. When should I drive home? Maybe 30 minutes. Okay. All right. Barely noticeable. Sometimes every third. No, it happened a lot in some instances, but it wasn't a ton. I don't think. Like it would just be in some sections. It sounds like when he was standing, it would get a little clippy. All interviews using that mic had the same issue. Oh, it's okay. Pass on the tier 1 question to the next interviewer. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Anybody you interview, that's a great tier 1 problems. And that's gonna be like the staple now. Hey Jonathan. Hey Mark. What are the tier 1 problems for Path of Exile 2? Yeah. Oh, thanks for the raid, Gazi. I told my wife you said hi. She appreciates the warm wishes, Gazi. Also, she appreciates the warm wishes. Yep. Yeah, I'll upload on YouTube after the stream ends, but if you want to just watch it now, guys, it's going to be on the YouTube rewind. You can just rewind it if you'd like. What did you think, Gazi? Gazi, I know I didn't get your minion question in, okay? I had to cut a crap load of questions, so I'm sorry. I did try to get the rune thing in. I don't think it's the answer that you were looking for. Expedition 33 question was the best. No spoilers in the chat. But I kind of know what type of person Jonathan is now. So there's that. Oh, thanks, Gazzy. Oh, I didn't get the minions. Oh, well, I got a form of minions. Yeah, I didn't get like your exact question. I got a scaling one in there. Try didn't ask about swords, bro. There was zero. Okay, I asked about the axe and druid. There's zero chance we're gonna get new information. They don't want to reveal like content stuff. What did they just say? What did Jonathan say on that interview? He said they're planning dates, not content. No way in God's green earth is he gonna say, yeah, swords are coming in 003. Because they're not planning on swords coming in 03. They're planning on 03 being in, what, August, right? Yeah, August. Because they're going to do 4-month PoE leagues, 4-month PoE 2 leagues. Okay, so they're going to stagger them, right? So the PoE 2 league is going to come out 2 months after the Path of Exile 1 league. And they're going to continue to do a cycle, and they're not going to focus on content. They're going to get enough content in there. GGG, I swear. So it sounds like what happened was GGG just got into a cycle of, okay, we need all this content to be in this patch to release the patch. And they got into that mood for the past like 2 years, as opposed to just releasing the damn patch. And that is not what they did before, 100%, right? They're swapping back to that style, which is just a win, because they always put so much damn content into these patches. We're already pleased most of the time. I mean, people loved Freesia, okay? And it had stuff that they threw together in a few weeks that was half-baked. And now we're going to just be getting the consistency back, which is the biggest win of the chat. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so happy. As a Path of Exile 1, Path of Exile 2 fan, that is the thing that made me the happiest in the interview. 100%. That was my number one thing. Yeah, but you could argue that some of the last PoE 1 leagues were because of it. I don't think they were because of it. Kalandra wasn't bad due to the lack of content. Kalandra was bad because of a decision that they made to change the game. If Kalandra would have shifted with the tablet and everything and not the goblin hunting, Kalandra would have been way better, more received. I don't think that, because it sounds like it's a content thing. They were saying like, okay, we need to get, like he just said, he basically said they want a class to come in 03, but it might get cut. He doesn't think it's going to get cut, but it might get cut. Obviously, that's not the druid, okay? Obviously, it's going to be like the freaking Marauder or the Templar, you know, some terrible class like the Templar, right? Because Templars suck. It's not going to be the Druid. The Druid's going to be the last class now. They want that to be in, but they're not going to say, okay, 030 has to be the Templar patch. They're saying 030 has to be the August 2025 patch, which I think is a blessing, given what Grinding Gear Games is as a company. He set us up for the cut. I'm good at yapping. I'm streaming. Of course I'm yapping. Come on. I don't think they will touch that side of the tree. They want to fix the other side before. Yeah, I totally agree. Yep. Templar is so much better than Druid. Omega Cybers, I know you're one of the mods, but I will ban you, okay? Templar is not better than Druid, and I will hear nothing else, okay? Druid is the undisputed GOAT archetype that needs to come to PoE 2 as soon as possible, but it's not going to. It's going to be saved as the 12th and final class released. I guarantee you. I guarantee you. Heron, okay, I guess I'm going to have to ban what? Probably 90% of the chat because everybody thinks Templar's better. I'm never going to be able to talk to Pox again. No. And Dreamcore and Dreamcore banned from the chat. Oh my god. Templar is far better than... Is there anybody who thinks that Druid is the best? Okay, we've got Fiznob. Okay. No, there's no furry action going on. Oh my god. I just like the meaty legs of the bear. Like, the first time you see that bear animation in the third trailer for Path of Exile 2, and he lifts up his forelegs and his hind legs, you know, he's standing on them, and then he just bashes down. Obviously, I'm being stupid just to get reactions out of all of you. You're playing right into my hands. No, but the momentum and like the weight of the bear running across that bridge is probably the coolest non-cinematic shot in all of Path of Exile 2's trailers. Okay. Pull it up. Like, I'll show you guys. I'm right. You can say I'm weird or something, but I'm right. Path of Exile 2 trailer 3. Here. I'm right. I'm not wrong. I'm undisputed correct. All right? Here you go.
The gods caused all this, you know.
All right, here you go.
After Ori
Where is it?
was destroyed, I
Where is it?
traveled.
It's even the most replayed. Oh, it's not the most replayed. Okay. All right, here you go. Look at this. It's the best part of the trailer. Tell me that this isn't a legendary moment in Path of Exile history. Okay? Look. Like, that hypes me up beyond belief, this moment. Okay? Also, look at, no offense, look at how much worse the mercenary abilities look then. Like, they are so fire now. Like, they're so, like, impactful, and the sound effects are insane. But this is the best. This is, like, the best. How can this not hype you up? He gets on his hind legs, he roars, and then he just destroys everything. Okay? It's the coolest. It's the coolest moment in all Path of Exile 2 trailer history, okay? Way better. Way better. It's too slow. Well, he's in Act 2, so it's okay. Imagine an endgame bear, okay? Endgame bear is going to be a different beast. Okay, but just imagine the long neck boy calling down divine judgment. Bro, it doesn't even compare. All right, I have an actual visual of the druid smashing all those skeletons. That was done for the video. When we get druid, you just shapeshift and run like a normal mob. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Talk can't be the druid guy. The spot's already taken by DM. Is DM the druid guy? Wait, is he the druid guy in Diablo 4? I mean, I remember his Lilith video where he was downing Lilith with a druid. I didn't know he was the druid guy. The most relation I have like with the druid in Diablo 4 is Rax with the 17 damage meme. Yeah, if you guys want to see that, if you're coming in now and you're coming in late, make sure that you subscribe to my YouTube channel, you guys. I'll post the interview right after this. It's just going to be the interview section. None of the yapping before or after. It was like an hour and 37 minutes. Try, look at the pool. Warning, it's got a dose of truth. What pool? The pool or pole? Oh, God. Oh, no. No. That's not bad. That's not bad. It's 60-40. It's okay. I can lose 60% of the chat. That's fine. That still leaves us with 40% of the chat. I can just 60% gone. You think Templars are cooler? Okay, fine. That's fine. No PoE 1 teasers today from GGG. They did a teaser yesterday. They seem to be doing PoE 1, PoE 2, PoE 1, PoE 2. And maybe today I was the PoE 2 thing, so I'm sorry. I'm probably the reason for no Path of Exile 1 trailer, or teaser. I would call Dat Mods the druid guy. Bears are the worst. Give me any... He actually didn't confirm bears being in. What the hell, Jonathan? He didn't confirm bears or wolves being in. Did you guys realize that? He's always confirmed them being in. Every time he was asked about it before. I swear if they remove the bear, I'm going to be so upset when it comes out. I will be very upset. Hey, Z Shaggy, thank you so much for the T1, dude. Oh, I for some reason my my alerts aren't popping up. Thanks, wow, Zafikex for the T1. And by the way, what mods, if you can tell me, just so we can avoid it. Jonathan said next time, so hopefully if we get another opportunity to chat with Jonathan. What happened with the ads? How the hell can we get ads to not pop up on Twitch? Like, we ran ads before. I know, like, DM will run, like, 10 minutes, 20 minutes of ads before, and then he's fine. Do I have, like, an option to do that, or is it, like, I'm not big enough? Like, do I need to be bigger? Because I did see, like, people complaining about ads, and I was like, well, crap. Crap. I don't want to do that. They showed Wolf Farm in 2019. We did run ads early. The thing is, like, we went for an hour and a half, so ads popped back in. Yeah, maybe I'll ask DM. It's per hour, I believe, so if you go beyond that, I'm not sure you can. Oh, thanks, Heywo. Dang it. Yeah, I'm probably not going to get a deal with Twitch. Yeah, just by the way, just so you know next time, I am multi-streaming to YouTube. YouTube ads you can skip if ads pop up. Just saying. How many people do we have on YouTube? Holy shoot! Whoa. Yo. What? What? We had a peak of 4,300? Dudes, that's awesome. For a freaking mid-league interview? Let's freaking go. Wow, that's a little bit behind, wouldn't you say? That is awesome. Holy crap. Let's freaking go. Multi-stream to YouTube. We want them buffs. Total view count over 7K live. Let's freaking go. Yeah, by the way, guys, Path of Exile 2 is dead. I am a tiny ass channel, okay? Path of Exile 2 is not dead. Path of Exile 1 is not dead. These games are far from dead. Oh, man. Wow. That's sweet. Holy crap. It's not mid-league, it's pre-launch. This was a Path of Exile 2 interview. My channel is primarily Path of Exile. People who like are really interested in Path of Exile 2. If it would have been a Path of Exile 1 interview, yeah, probably would have. I don't know. It probably wouldn't be more. I'd probably get less on my channel, actually. Not at 1 million views. Yeah, I don't have a 1 million view video, bro. Yes, dead game. Such dead game. Okay. Okay, so we have some of these questions for the future interview. All right, so we're good there. All right. Was there anything else that, let's see. Anything else that I'm like missing, chat? Like that was, okay. I'm trying to think of any other big revelations. The movement speed thing, buffs. I liked all those stats that he gave out. I think the biggest unfortunate thing, honestly, was the crafting socketables, right? And they're very keen on not doing a crafting bench in PoE 2. I feel like they're going to exhaust all other creative juices until they either find nothing that fits or they find something that works. And only if they exhaust everything and nothing fits, then they'll do like a crafting bench. They really don't want to do that in PoE 2. Like, it's such a frictionless way of interacting with crafting, right? And it seems like that's just not it. it really seems like they don't like that solution. I'm sorry. Oh gosh, I almost freaked out when I was talking about the harvest stuff. And Jonathan's like, so I was talking to Mark the other day about harvest in Path of Exile 1 and harvest resistance swapping. And oh man, Mark doesn't like it. I was like, oh my God, is he going to say that they're removing it from PoE 1? Oh my God. And while I understand, here's the crazy thing, right? I understand, I disagree with that less, and I didn't want to go into this because it was a Path of Exile 1 topic. In Path of Exile 1, finishing your gear is, I don't think it is nearly as simplified as like they kind of said because of resistance swaps. There are so many other things you have to do to finish your gear in PoE 1 because of influenced modifiers, because of awakeners orbs and all like elevated stuff. Like there's all these other things you have to do to finish and solve your gear. I don't think resistance swaps are like that crazy, honestly, in PoE 1. I feel like there's all these other gearing solutions that players constantly chase in the PoE 1 endgame. But I didn't want to get into the PoE 1 stuff because it was a Path of Exile 2 interview. Because it wasn't a PoE 1 question, Blood! That's not the case in PoE 2. In PoE 2, Blood, are there influenced mods in PoE 2? No. Is there elevated crafting in PoE 2? No. Are there awakeners or are there all these other options? No, there's none of that. So in PoE 2, I do kind of get like, once you figure out your LE res, because there's not, you know, cool influenced mods yet in Path of Exile 2, there will be, but there's not. That would very rapidly solve your gearing problem. But in Path of Exile 1, I think there's a lot of other gearing left to do after you fix your res. But at the same time, old Greg, I agree with you. What did you say, old Greg? Being able to resistance swap has never lessened my experience of the game. I agree with you. I am the same way. Yep. No, we don't have deterministic crafting in PvP. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that like resistances are one of the primary things you play with in PoE2. And once you solve that, there's not a lot else there yet, right? In the future, I think there will be, but right now there isn't. PoE2 is for normal people that don't want to study a textbook to play the game. I feel like Path of Exile 2 crafting is less deterministic than Path of Exile 1. For a good degree. I mean, if you know how to use Path of Exile 1, you can basically do everything in like a list format, especially if you have unlimited currency. PoE 1 is more of a master's degree if you want to know everything. Yeah. Yeah. My bros can't play PoE 1, it's just too much. Same with my bros. Board bra, none of my bros want to play PoE 1. They're all in PoE 2 though. I'm gonna try to get them again with 3.26 because I want to play it. I want to blast the heck out of it, right? I feel like Path of Exile 1 is the game that you're going to play for 50 hours in 2 weeks and then you don't touch it for 3 months. Whereas right now, Path of Exile 2 is the slow burn. I think in the future, you're going to get a lot less of the slow burn for I think you're going to have more of the blasting stuff in PoE 2, but right now it's like a slow burn for me at least. In PoE 1, you hit maps with 75 all res? No. But you know what I do? When I get to maps in PoE 1, I use the crafting bench to get as close to all res as possible. Actually, I usually get all res in 75% in Path of Exile 1 because I'll use crafting bench. I'll get 2 stone rings, and I will make sure all LE res, chaos res, you know, I almost never cap. But I'll get them all before I start mapping in PoE 1 to max, and then I will go into maps. It's like the first thing I do. Haven't played PoE 1. Is the crafting easier? I think it's easier, and there's like less of a floor. The floor is higher, sorry, because there's really basic crafting, like the crafting bench. It's not even really crafting, it just gives you easy ways to solve problems, basic problems. All you need is 20% chaos res, even for the god-awful T17s. Totally true, Heron. Yep. Sir Kayan, I'm curious, what did you think about the interview, Sir Kayan? 2-store rings are so underrated and should be in PoE 2. That was one of the questions I wanted to ask Surprise Chan, but it didn't make it. Next time. Do you have a bingo card? I do not have a bingo card for this patch. I will make one next stream. Tomorrow night I'm streaming again, so I will make a bingo card next stream. The vid's going to be on YouTube as soon as I stop the stream. And if you want to watch, you know, the interview, all future interviews, I also do the Still Sane podcast. I talk to a lot of different content creators, developers. I chatted with the last Epoch devs about 3 weeks ago, the CEO and some game devs there. Make sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel, guys. And follow me on Twitch. I stream them all here. I post video essays. I do news videos and everything. I really appreciate the support. I really do. Like the video too if you guys like the interview. It helps a lot. Hey, Prince of Persia, you thought it was a good interview? No answers on PvP. You think I did fantastic? Thanks, Sir Kane. I'm going to post the interview privat. Don't worry about it. In Kyonishin, guess what? Next week, I guess I can announce it here. The next Pod of Exile, my other podcast, a Mobalytics podcast with Sir Gog, Dreamcore, and Localhole will be on June. Shoot. Holding. June 8th, we are going to talk about, yes, Path of Exile 1.3.26 because it's post-reveal, and we will be talking about the latest Path of Exile 2 patch on that pod. We're going to get everything from Surgog, Dreamcore, and Localhole. I'll do my best to mediate as Surgog and Localhole go at each other's throats about deterministic crafting. As we just let Dreamcore give his Spitfire takes on skill design in PoE 2 and how much better hardcore trade is in Path of Exile 1. It'll be good. Did you add the answers to the Google Sheet after the interviews and or time mark questions? Yep, I timestamp everything. I didn't do it now. I'm gonna have to do it after I end the stream. Hey, Jay Cobley, thanks so much for the Prime, dude. I'm gonna timestamp as soon as I end the stream. Am I weird? I like Diablo 4 and PoE 2. No, Neverborn Lucky, dude. It's all everything is subjective. I might not personally like Diablo 4. I really like PoE 2. I like PoE 1. I don't like first-person shooter games, right? People love first-person shooter games. I never liked League of Legends. I love Dota 2, right? It's all subjective. There's almost no objectivity here with gaming, like what you enjoy. Like I've never enjoyed Grand Theft Auto, any of that stuff, right? People preach those as the greatest games of all time. There's one game that you have to like, and that's Expedition 33. I still can't believe Jonathan bounced after Act 1. That is so crazy. I'm so man, I wish we were like a year out so I could spoil it a little bit more, but that's crazy. I love RTS games. Oh yeah, so here. People are probably going to unsubscribe. I love Age of Mythology and Age of Empires 3. I don't like Age of Empires 2. There you go. I said it. I like Age of Empires 3. I like the Asian Dynasty expansion. I like the, wow, I don't remember what the Native American expansion is called. I'm an imposter. I like all that of AoE 3. I love Age of Mythology. Love Retold. I've played that, recently. Don't like Age of Empires 2. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't like to lie to you guys, all right? I just never liked Age of Empires 2. I never got into it. I really like Age of Empires 3, though. I never tried Age of Empires 4. I don't know if anybody has tried it in the chat, but if it's good, let me know. Maybe I'll try Age of Empires 4. AoE 2 is much better than 3. Never played AoE 3, but Age of Mythology is great. If you guys loved Age of Mythology as a kid, and you haven't played Retold, guys, it is done so incredibly well. I highly recommend you check out Retold. It's actually insane how good it is. Like, they have multiplayer servers and everything. The graphics were updated, the animations updated, everything runs very smoothly. They modernized the user interface. Great game. I've only played Civ 5, and that's the only Civ game I've played. I think it's because... Yeah, I know it's retool take. I think it's because I grew up not with AoE 2, but with Age of Mythology and AoE 3, and then I went back to AoE 2, and I really just didn't enjoy it. Maybe a little bit of this is nostalgia playing in for the RTSs, but even for Age of Mythology, I just really enjoy the gameplay. Imagine Age of Vampires like Age of Empires. Isn't that kind of what is it? Warhammer 40k? Don't they have all those different, like Total War? Warhammer 40k? Rise of Nations. OSRS just keeps getting better. I've never played old school RuneScape. By the way, best AoE is the first one for me. I've never played AoE 1. How can you watch the interview with Jonathan? I'm going to post it on my YouTube. You can go sub to my YouTube, and it will be up in about an hour. I just have to stop the stream, cut it together, and yeah, that's it. And then I do timestamps, but I'll put it up momentarily. It was a real... Okay, I'm a little biased. I thought it went really well. I thought the vibes were good throughout. I think it was really productive. I tried to get some cool answers. I think we got some really cool information for Path of Exile 1, the first 5 minutes of the interview, and then for Path of Exile 2, the latter 1 hour 25. The dev chat ended about 30 minutes ago. I'm going to repost it on my channel. So, okay. We don't know who the character is in 03. They're aiming to add one class. They're aiming to add a class. All right, let me read through a few of the comments here. Okay, good interview. Okay, good. Good, okay. Okay, Lighty, if you're still watching, you're late, my man. And it was a Path of Exile 2 interview. I didn't want to focus on Path of Exile 1 too much. I'm sure Ziggy is going to ask. So for those of you who don't know, maybe you only play Path of Exile 2. Next week, Path of Exile 1 is going to have a reveal for their 3.26 expansion. Obviously, it's very important to the company. It's important to a lot of players of Path of Exile. And the week after, they launch the expansion, and it's free to play. Now, if you've only played Path of Exile 2, I highly recommend you at least give Path of Exile 1 a go. After all, it is free. If you bought stash tabs in PoE 2, they transfer to PoE 1. The worst that can happen is you just don't enjoy yourself. Well, no. The worst that could happen is that you absolutely get sucked into Path of Exile 1 and your whole next 3 weeks are just gone, dissolved, right? That's the worst that can happen. The second worst thing is that you just don't like it. But there is a chance that you might actually enjoy yourself because it is in many ways quite different from PoE 2. There are some similarities, but I still think the experience is... It's quite different going back, and I played through the campaign in Frisia, and it just felt very different. It's very feature complete. It's very balance complete, or at least it was in 3.26. We'll see how 3.2 or 3.25. We'll see how 3.26 goes. It is a very complete game, and you can feel that. I highly recommend you give it a go. Anyway, next week, this is what I wanted to talk about. Ziggy D is going to be interviewing Grinding Gear Games after that big reveal. So there's going to be another interview, and it's probably going to be focused on Path of Exile 1. So that's another reason I did not really want to go on Path of Exile 1, because literally 1 week from today, where they're going to be talking about all this new stuff. You know, Ziggy's going to ask some really poignant questions about the future of the game. So I think he has a Reddit thread actually asking for questions. So if you'd like to, you can go to the Path of Exile subreddit and submit some questions there. Hey, and you know, if it sounds like, guys, and it sounds like if you don't like PoE 1, you're not going to try it, or you do try it, you don't like it, you've already tried it, you don't like it. 03, August. Dates, not content. They're hitting times, not systems and specific things to add. So looks like August is when 03 comes out. That's pretty cool too. And it's just going to be, you know, 2 months apart from content updates. That is an insane cycle. Holy crap. I mean, but they're going to try to hit it. That is a crazy cadence. Every 2 months an update. Oi, 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 oi. Ziggity's capital D's interview is the 3.26 reveal. Yes, it's going to be the reveal into a Q&A with Ziggity. Yep. That is crazy. I'm just thinking about it now. Every 2 months, you guys. That is lightning speed. Oof. PoE 1 feels so old over the gameplay of PoE 2. Yeah, it feels like less like it does. The gameplay, like the moment to moment, I think feels worse, but I still really I was shocked. I really enjoyed it. And I think I already have nostalgia for like Path of Exile 1, which is crazy. And it just plays very differently. Like, for example, I played a like Leap Slam Sunder Marauder. What did I do? Was I Ancestral Commander? Man, you were zooming quick, right? It's so different, right? And you just blow up like everything. And then like at end game, you're barraged with all this different content. It's a very different experience. And if you haven't tried it for yourself, and I'm not selling it for you, I'd seriously just give it a go. Why is that crazy? Rust does that every single month. I don't know. I just think it's crazy. Like that content cadence, especially for 2 different titles, with the amount of content that Grinding Your Games is known to put into their games. I don't know what Rust does. I've never played Rust. I actually really loved his rant about aiming. I don't have a clue what he was talking about really, but that was the rant of someone who cares a lot. Anyone who says Jonathan doesn't care a lot doesn't know what they're talking about. Jonathan cares an absolute ton. I almost, and I didn't, I decided not to do it. When he was talking about when he opened and he was like, I got sleep. I got good sleep last night. Obviously, he was referring to when he chatted with Ziz and he didn't have a good night's sleep, right? I almost opened instead with, Jonathan, why don't you want people to have fun in Path of Exile 2? But I just, you know, don't start with that. But it's like people actually do think he doesn't want people to have fun in the games he designs. He is the opposite of a corporate overlord looking to extract money from all of us as quick. Like him, Mark, Chris when he was at GGG, all the developers. Like, you can make an argument for Tencent, sure, but those aren't the people that we are interfacing with. And you can make damn sure that Jonathan and a lot of people who work at that company care a lot about the game and they want it to be fun. Okay? Of course it would have been a terrible question. No, that's what I'm saying. It would have been a terrible question. That was my point. No, you're right. You're right. It was a troll question. It was a troll question. The interview happened. I'm going to be posting the VOD momentarily. I'm just chatting a little bit more. Let's see. Looking forward to the video. Got a few tags. But I honestly think, dudes, you would have never gotten an interview if you asked that. No way. Guys, when I talk with people, when I chat with these guys, right? I'm obviously not trying to be an asshole because I'm not an asshole. And the way I talk, I jest about things all the time. I put in stupid quips. Like, that's just how I talk with people. I talk with Jonathan how I talked with all of my content creator friends, how I talk with my wife, how I talk with my coworkers, right? Like, that's the way I treat these. I don't think that's true at all. And that's the sort of vibe that I want to give up. Like, yes, I was hella nervous all the way until I was editing, you know, Jonathan's little like frame on the podcast. I was so nervous, but as soon as I was, what the hell did I say? I don't even know. He said something about, Oh, what was? Oh yeah, he said I'm on speaker, so it was like usually you're in my ears, but they're so bothering and they distract me a ton. So I wanted you on speaker. That's just why you heard an echo sometimes and everything. And then I was just like, shit, man. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same thing, but the opposite, because I'm having like an audio issue and I usually have you on speaker, or I usually have my person on speaker, and now you're on headphone. And it's just like instantly you're in the moment, you're humanized, you're just having a conversation with someone. Like, people who think that I was, that would be like a gotcha thing, and then I would be like, well, we're not talking to him again. I don't know about that. I don't know. At least that didn't happen during the interview. Yeah, it's because I was using the headset. Usually, it happened with Judd though, which I told Judd after. I was like, Judd, you... Oh! Oh, is my stream dying? No way. No! What? How is my stream dying? Well, alright. Saved. Alright, my wife is coming home soon anyway. So I suppose this is fine. Alright. I suppose it's fine. Everyone, thank you so much for all this time, alright? Thanks for watching on YouTube. Thanks for watching on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, make sure to sub. Make sure to like the video. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow night, and today, yeah, I'll raid Angermus. Here, I'll do it. I got it. Let's go watch the best Path of Exile 2 racer in existence. Okay? Alright? He's slaughtering everybody. Okay? Thank you seriously so much for all the support, you guys. These would not happen without all of you watching, all of you chatting, you know, in the Discord, in Twitch, on Twitter, in YouTube. Like, seriously. No, this is not a psyop or anything, right? This has been a legit like grassroots movement, and it's so freaking cool. Okay, never would have thought we'd been able to do this a year ago, 2 years ago. So freaking cool. If you ever have the thought to do something like this, just get out and do it. All right, seriously, just get out and do it. All right, you guys. All right, enough yapping. Thanks so much for watching. The VOD is going to be posted of the interview in about 1 hour. I just got to upload it. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks so much for watching. Make sure you stay sane. Yeah, I think that's it. Stay sane.